Today is December 6th, and it is 8:02. I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, and Chair Logan.
Present. I'd like to first acknowledge the officer that was shot last night, Chief Davis. If you would please be so kind as to extend our thoughts and prayers for their recovery. Is there anything you'd like to share regarding that?
Morning. I'll be brief.
Just a moment, Chief Davis. Nothing on the screen. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, C.J. Davis, City of Memphis Police Department. Just to give you a brief update, of course, as you know, our officers are constantly dealing with various critical kinds of situations, and fortunately, our officer is in stable condition right now, and we are working with the hospital, hopefully have him released sometime later on today. So we're just prayerful that, he continues to even mentally, get past this situation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And on behalf of this body, we just want to thank all of you. We know that the perilous times in which we live, and every day you go out and put your lives on the line, and we really do appreciate it. And we appreciate you giving us that update.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council Member.
All right. Item number 1 is a presentation by Decarcerate Memphis, requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. If those of you that are here, okay. Go ahead and please state your name and address, and you may begin.
My name is Joshua Adams. I live at 4750 Woodbridge Drive. And so our presentation is just on police traffic stop data. And Adam, if you want to advance, is it?
Are we going to be on screen? Okay. There it is.
Okay. So what we want people to do is just imagine a police stop for a moment. Let's imagine it's January 31st, 2019. An officer on patrol notices an older model vehicle driven by a young black man. The officer notices that the tags on the car are expired, and they initiate a traffic stop. As the officer is engaging with the driver, the officer notices that the driver's license is suspended because in an earlier stop, they did not have insurance on the car. And so since the officer notices that the driver does not have insurance or license, the officer issues another citation. Now, this person lives in South Memphis where the median income is about $31,000 a year. They have to commute to work on a daily basis. The new citation, the driver currently owes $111 for tags, $300 minimum for insurance, and they also owe fines for the previous, on the license previously. The new citation from the officer will add even more fines, putting Jordan, who's the name of the driver that we're imagining, putting Jordan further away from being able to commute to work legally. We have a photo of the citation just to show folks that all of the details that we've spoken of are real, besides the name of this person. And so just a little bit of background, because we believe that, some police stops may contain an element of pretext. The first time Martin Luther King was arrested, he was driving bus boycotters during the Montgomery bus boycott, and was jailed for driving 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. And And so one thing that we're told is that these stops enforce safety. However, if we look at this graph here, only about half of the stops are about safety issues. What the other half of stops are about is actually about administrative requirements that people have to pay for financially. And so here we have a chart showing the top 15 most common citations from 2017 to 2021. And the ones highlighted are those that are about non-safety. So these are things that are not necessarily endangering people on the roads and things that people have to pay for in order to fix. So we do believe that these stops perpetuate poverty. We enforce these things as a matter of payment, and we have armed police officers essentially collecting fines. Traffic stops are the most common reason for interaction with police. They comprise about 42% of all interactions. And these measures are this is a counterproductive practice and doesn't really do anything to make people safer. And it endangers the public and traps low-income people in poverty. And so just to highlight some of the danger of the stops, we have listed some of the folks who have been harmed in police stops. Anderson Hunter, Darius Stewart, and Demario Perkins. These folks lost their lives during police stops. Martavius Banks and Rhonda Rawls were wounded. Nationally, a driver or passenger is killed once a week during a police traffic stop. And so each year, about 50,000 Tennessee drivers' licenses are suspended solely for unpaid fines. Restoring it typically costs $500. More than 93% of Tennesseans with unreinstated licenses live in poverty. And the financial shock of traffic fines costs drivers over 5 times more than the revenue it generates. And so more fines means more personal debt. It does not necessarily mean more city revenue. As we see on the orange line, that is the total fines due, and the gray line is the amount unpaid. The amount due, so increasing fines or reducing fines, does not correlate to the amount of fines paid, and this affects low-income people's financial health much more than it actually affects the financial health of the city.
Thank you, Josh. I'll take it from there. That was an introduction to our presentation. My name is Adam Nelson. I live at 1624 Faxon Avenue. Now I'm going to take you into the meat of the findings of the research that we did on Shelby County and city records of traffic enforcement. Starting with traffic tickets, we made a public records request for 5 years of traffic tickets, and these are the results of that analysis. That was over 500,000 tickets and over 800,000 citations that we analyzed. So for a baseline, this is the Memphis population broken down by racial group. And this is the breakdown by race of the citations. So right off the bat, notice that the orange slice, while it's 64% of the population in Memphis is Black, about 77% of the citations were received by Black drivers. So that 13-point difference, but by the way, I should note that this is only analyzing stops that resulted in a citation. We do not have data for stops that did not result in a citation. But with the ones that we looked at, that's 13-point difference. That amounts to every one of those stops is bringing fewer bills that aren't being paid because you had to pay the fines instead, the days you lost in work having to go to court, or even violence, as mentioned earlier by Josh. So the amount, though, if Black drivers had been stopped in proportion to their population share, they would have received almost 100,000 fewer citations, which means one citation every 27 minutes for 5 years that wouldn't have been written if the driver wasn't Black. Looking at the breakdown by gender, we can see the patterns get even more severe. Black men were cited 3.4 times often as white men. Black women almost 5 times as often as white women. And Black Memphians under 30 cited 6 times as often as white Memphians under 30. And if you remember Jordan was 21. He's one of those Memphians under 30 that we're looking at. This draft goes back to the safety versus non-safety. The other thing we noticed is that when you compare the different types of citations given by racial group, there's different enforcement for different racial groups. So white drivers, about a quarter of their tickets are non-safety citations. For drivers of color, it's about half or slightly more. So drivers are getting cited for different kinds of things based on the color of their skin. Jordan is one of those non-safety. All 3 of the charges he got that night were non-safety issues. Looking at traffic cases, we looked at Shelby County Criminal Court. We examined a random sample of cases that started with a traffic stop. There was 461 cases in 2019 and 2021. Out of those 461 cases, you can see visually how it breaks down. So 417 were people of color. That's 90% of the cases. And then of those cases that were people of color, 82% were misdemeanor cases only. That was 341. Their highest charge was a misdemeanor. And then out of the 341, 72% of those cases were dropped. So overall, that's about 2/3 of all cases that wind up, that traffic stops take to court are dropped in the end. And Jordan was one of those cases that was dropped, but not until days are wasted in court. Looking deeper at Jordan's story, we look back at his history, and we could see all the times he's been stopped. It's pretty much once a year since he was 18 in 2016. And the story that you see there is that every time these 3 requirements, license, registration, and insurance, he's trying to get, he gets some of them sometimes, and then he loses another one because of the cost, not only the cost of restoring that document, but also the fines that come every time he gets dinged for not having one. Overall, in those 6 years, he faced 17 charges, 7 court appearances. 5 of those appearances, all the charges were dropped, but the other 2 led to fines and fees totaling $1,675 in those 7 years, Lastly, looking at court data, we were able to identify the zip code that cases defendants were in, and we compared that to the median income in those zip codes. And so every one of those dots is a zip code at the intersection of its prevalence in the data set and the median income in that zip code. So you can see that the poorer the zip code is, the more frequently it shows up in traffic-related court. Whereas the richer it is, the less frequently. And the opposite trend is visible if you look at race. The more Black and brown people live in a neighborhood, the more frequently it shows up in court. And then Jordan is right there in 3 at 109. I'm going to pass it now to our last team member.
Hello, my name's Chloe Perkins. I live at 1806 Nelson, and I'm going to take you through the last 3 or 4 slides we have. I'm one of the data analysis that helped compile this. This data was extremely hard for us to get. Memphis does not publicize traffic enforcement data, and the data we do have was acquired via public records request. It took us 41 days to get those files, and it took us 20 hours to format them just to be analyzable, and then it took months of volunteer work to analyze this data. We still have unanswered questions even after all that time, and these questions are leading us to believe Memphis is in need of a public traffic enforcement, needing to publicize its traffic enforcement data. So a few of these questions we have after doing all this is, how do our results compare to 2022? How many drivers are stopped that are not cited? What are the demographics of those drivers? How much money does this traffic enforcement cost? How many stops result in searches of drivers and their property? And in what zip codes are these pretextual stops occurring? So our analysis found serious problems of discrimination, and other cities know who is being stopped without public records requests and without hours of volunteer analysis. We feel Memphis should create a public dashboard for traffic enforcement. We have an example of such a dashboard. This is out of Baltimore, and I hope you'll notice the similarities to the use of force dashboard that this council established in 2020. You can easily tell who's being stopped, why they're being stopped, and where they are being stopped. This data should be summarized in the dash and made downloadable so that unfavorable results cannot be buried. Here is a list of municipalities that track and publicize their enforcement data, including Nashville here in Tennessee. And then we will end with our list of next steps that we would like to see. We would love to have one-on-one meetings with the council members to discuss our findings. We would absolutely love to answer your questions about what we have found. And we want to discuss potential for an ordinance that will complete the gaps in our data gaps and hopefully answer some questions that we have, and I'm sure you have as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I wanted to open space for Chief Davis or anyone that you would have to respond. Okay.
Good morning. And thank you for the analysis that you provided this morning. And traffic stop data is something that I personally think is important. And of course, coming to the city of Memphis, we have to first look at our systems and how our data is collected. As it's already been stated, it was probably very difficult to extract the type of data that that they've described, mainly because we do have systems that need to be overhauled. And we have disparate systems. But for a city that has the kind of traffic problems that we have, traffic enforcement is important to us. However, we do not want to enforce traffic from a standpoint of profiling any particular community, any particular group. We do live in a city that's predominantly African American. We do live in a city that has problems in our African American community. We do live in a city where traffic stop citations most of the time have very, very lax payments or fines. Many times that do go unpaid. Many times are dismissed in court as well. But our job is to look out for the entire public, to look out for those individuals that have become victimized because of various types of activities on our roads. And that's what our focus is. Our focus isn't to target any particular community. So in response, I'd also be interested as we look at data, to look at all of the data, to also look at, as it was mentioned, how many traffic stops our officers have made where there was no citation. That's really important because I found in the city of Durham, as we looked at and produced publicly, traffic stop data, you'd be surprised how many officers stop individuals and give them warnings and do not issue citations. We stop thousands of cars on a regular basis. So I think we need to really look at how do we extract data and have a total picture and be very transparent about, the activity of our officers on the road.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'm going to open the floor to colleagues, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, then Councilman Warren, and Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chief Davis. Thank you for being here and also just providing that assurance that MPD is doing all they can to ensure that we don't have a profiling issue. Thank you, Chair, for allowing this to be heard this morning. I had an individual meeting with Decarcerate Memphis, and I thought that the data points were pretty surprising, and also the path that they went to find the data was pretty discouraging for folks wanting to look up that information. So on the hands of making sure that, or doing all we can to ensure that data points are easily retrieved for however they need to be assessed or analyzed for groups such as Decarcerate Memphis, I think is very important. So that's why I brought that here. I would encourage other colleagues to talk with Decarcerate Memphis one-on-one to have those conversations. I don't know if they reached out yet individually, but I know that them going more in depth for this information, it was very insightful for me. And not on a way of that it's accusatory to anyone, but in the framework of we just want our public safety in our city just to work well for all those that are here. And data sometimes helps support to show that it is working well. So being able to see that tangibly may be a helping point, a positive point for all of us to tout as well. So thank you, Decarcerate Memphis, for coming in. Also, thank you, MPD and Chief Davis, for all that you do, but also reinforcing what you are attempting to do. And hopefully we can work together to get that data laid out well so we can all see that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Dr. Warren.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Very interesting data. You know, right now, I think anybody who's driving on the highways in Memphis realizes that we have dual competing issues here with, you know, people who are being pulled for these non-traffic violations like, you know, your license tag is out of date or whatever, you got a tail light pulled, and then you get tickets, and then you have this problem that goes on. It's particularly bad with our poor citizens. But the other issue we've got is how do we use our traffic to be able to stop people doing 110 miles an hour on the interstate. If you've been driving on the interstate and look in your rearview mirror, you know it's a very scary thing when you see those cars coming up behind you and you're doing 70, which you shouldn't be doing, and they're doing 110, okay? And if you change lanes or not, that's a decision you make at the last minute. You change lane and they change and come into behind you. That's a pretty impressive collision that occurs at a high speed. So that's why we've seen the deaths. I'd be really interested in talking to you guys about how we craft something that allows us to go ahead and make sure that we're going after people breaking laws and endangering lives and not necessarily putting people in debt for things that they can't really do anything about because of their poverty. And I think maybe as we get together, we can work with the police and come up with an ordinance or a policy that may help us do both. So I look forward to working with you. I appreciate this data. I think it's very interesting. It's not surprising. Thank you.
Councilman.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm sorry that I was tardy. I was, you kids at school on a rainy day, weird things start happening on the road, so this is apropos. Thank you for being here. I am interested, if you guys will email this, especially with your sources, I'm interested, and I'll keep this at a high level until we have a chance to talk, because I would like to meet with you. But like little things I do agree with, like we shouldn't be suspending licenses as like a punishment in order to induce somebody to get to the court. Like it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. So like looking at how our city courts, which process the majority of these traffic cases, right? Like, so it's like, hey, we send somebody with a tail light or even whatever the fee is, and they go to court and it's dismissed, and it's dismissed with court charges. Like it's just as punitive as having paid the ticket. So we've got to figure out how to make that piece of the justice system not be a revenue stream and be what it's supposed to be, which is, look, I don't care where you are. We have laws on the books. Like if you're going 15 over, you need to go to, you need to be pulled over and you need to go to court, right? And then we've got to look at, I'd like to understand more what the relationship with state law is with our local law, because I'm not sure what's in our control, which is, and then what we have to go lobby the state for. Like insurance requirements is something where it's difficult because that's something that's out of our control and is important. But yet we probably have the highest, I'd be willing to bet that we have some of the highest premiums for uninsured motorist premiums in the country because people just are driving without insurance because it's financial hardship for them. So I'd like to understand more the data, and not only just the areas, but like what some more of those cases were, whether they were justified or not, right? So sometimes you see these hot spots and you're like, I'm going to draw a conclusion from that. And really you need to dive deeper into the data to understand why on some of those things. So to be fair on that. And then lastly, I do want to understand, like, I guess the other big thing, and Mike is probably going to be a big fist pump for this, but a lot of those cases are people driving in automobiles they shouldn't be driving in the first place, right? Like the temporary tag issue because they have a suspended license and can't register the car, or the car itself isn't roadworthy in the first place, and so it's being pieced together. And a big piece of that for us is it goes back to funding transportation, right? Like, we have a significant amount of our population that's driving in vehicles that they either A, can't afford, or B, shouldn't be in, because we don't have an adequate way to get them to and from their places of employment and where they need to go for not only places of employment, just general daily, going to the grocery store, going to see family members. So we really have got to find, and I was really dismayed to see what happened at the county commission and some of the votes over there about funding MATA on their side, because again, if they're going to fund a $70 million new school build for the Shelby County school system, right? Memphis taxpayers are going to pick that up. And if we're going to fund MATA from the county, Memphis taxpayers are a part of that. So my larger point is like, we really have to be serious about funding the transportation system, and it could alleviate a significant amount of the burden that is on the roadways now because people driving unworthy cars. And then, in the meantime, Jeff, to that point, like, that takes off a significant amount of issues, and now we can start focusing on the real bad behavior, But anyway, thank you for being here. I'm sorry I was late. I really did want to hear most of this. But if you'll email us your presentation and we can set up some time to talk about like a deeper dive into the data and your recommendations, I'd love to work on that. But I really, at this point, with where things are going for speeding, most importantly, like not taillights and not rear view mirrors and cracked windshields, but we have to keep being a presence on the streets. I mean, it would be an understatement to say that people feel under duress. The turn lane has now become like the carpool lane. It's like the bypass lane now. Like, if you're going 35 miles an hour, or the bike lane, that's right. Like, that's I'm gonna speed by you at 80 miles an hour, and so we've got to fix that. But thank you for being here today. I look forward to this being the beginning of the conversation.
Anyone else, colleagues? Thank you all for being here for your presentation. I also want to thank you for the program you have with the brake lights, repairing the brake lights. I think that's extremely helpful in assisting with some of this, some of the problems that we're having. I was glad to do an event with you all for that, and it helped a lot of citizens. It was really important to them to get those brake lights repaired. So I think that is a great program, and I appreciate that, as well as the information. So education and also putting your money where your mouth is, getting out there helping. So appreciate that, and thank you for being here as well. All right. Item number 2 is the monthly crime update from MPD requested by Councilman Canali. Please give your name and address for the record. You're recognized, MPD. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Chief Joe Oakley, 170 North Main, Memphis. Good morning. So let's talk about our overall crime for the month of November. We did go up. As you can see, all of our reported Part 1 crimes and drug crimes did go up. Our homicides, however, were down for the month, and we're pleased to say they're down around 20%. So November, we came in, unfortunately, with 15 homicides, which is the lowest month of the year. And I want to bring the attention to the previous month. At October, we ended up with 17, which was less than half of what we had the year before in October, which was 38. So this morning, we're at 273 homicides. We want to look at District 1. First of all, let's look at the crime drivers, because this is very tantamount in how it affects our crime numbers. So our 2 main crime drivers are auto theft and theft from motor vehicle. You can see we've had around 9,600 auto thefts year to date. We're averaging a little over 30 a day. And we know the Hyundai and Kia issue and the Infiniti issue is our issues that are driving their numbers. We've had 1,607 Hyundai stolen thus far this year, and 1,568 Kias, and in third place, 1,031 Infinitis. So on the right, you see the auto theft year-to-date arrests. We've had 1,266. And last month, the 18-year-olds were up at the top. This time it's our 16-year-olds. 124 16-year-olds have been arrested for auto theft. So there's your breakdown of the age of our auto theft arrests. District 1 did have a slight increase in your crime drivers or auto theft and theft from motor vehicle. Your violent crime was aggravated assault with 366, but you had almost 1,300 motor vehicle thefts. In District 2, ag assaults with 228, and you had theft from motor vehicle as the top crime in District 2 with 1,404, followed by 1,089 auto thefts. Your ag assaults went down, your burglaries went down, so we do have some good news. But as I stated, our crime drivers are going to be our auto theft and theft from motor vehicle. So the District 3, 750 ag assaults in your district. Crime driver number 1, motor vehicle theft with 1,180, followed by around 1,100 car break-ins. Burglaries did go up a little bit, but you trended low for about 3 months in a row with your aggravated assaults. So District 4, your auto thefts are a little lower at 729, good job, followed by theft from motor vehicle at 646. Burglaries are following the trend this time of year going down, and so is your aggravated assaults. District 5, 1,652 theft from motor vehicle, and ag assault 449 is your crime driver. Ag assault did jump up a little bit by about 18 from the previous year, but your burglaries dropped around half. District 6, theft from motor vehicles, the crime driver at 1,165, and 1,100 auto thefts for the month. Ag assault trending around flat, a little lower than this time last year, but your burglaries dropped almost 50%. We like good news. Aggravated assaults in District 7 is the lead violent crime with 827. Motor vehicle theft, 1,188, followed by theft from motor vehicle. Burglaries had an uptick just a little bit, but lower than this time last year. Aggravated assaults around the same as we had this time last year with 65. So that is our crime report for City Council for the month of November. Any questions?
Any, Councilman Warren?
Is there a particular reason that most of the car thefts are done by people under 18? Is that like an organized process within the car theft industry?
Yes, it's a trend nationwide. You know, months and months ago, we noticed that up in the eastern part of the country that Kias and their Hyundais were being stolen at an alarming rate, like 1,200 and 1,400%. So they have gangs called Kia Boys, and they've learned how to steal a Kia or Hyundai very quickly, and they put it on YouTube, and it quickly spread around the country, and it did finally get here, and we saw that big increase. We're at over 100% increase in auto thefts year to date, and the majority of them are Hyundais and Kias. And we also have the issue with the key fob programmers, where our suspects break into a car and reprogram the car with a new key fob and drive off in it in a matter of minutes. And that is a nationwide trend as well.
Is that for any automobile they can do that?
No. Majority of what we see are the Infinitis and the Dodge products. Not, you remember back in the 80s, we were looking at some data a few days ago, back 20 years ago, when we were having the thefts of Chevrolets, where you could pop the column, take a screwdriver, and start the car. So that trend is now, fast forward to now, still popping the column and then using a USB port to start the car. Kias and Hyundais.
So are you predicting we're going to have like a resurgence of like locking your steering wheel again with
Yes,
the
sir.
steering wheel locks? Would you be recommending that to people that have Kia and Hondas and these Infinitis, that they actually start locking their steering wheel?
Absolutely. And I think, a few weeks back, council member, we did the giveaway and had an overwhelming response from community members that wanted those steering wheel locks. So we immediately reached back out to the provider, the vendor who gave us those. They're planning on giving us 1,000 more in the very near future. But this time we think we're going to focus our giveaway on individuals that own Kias and Hyundais first, so that we can help them to sort of shore up and protect their property and continue those types of giveaways so that our community members can be more proactive in protecting their vehicles, especially now that we know that the data shows that that's the trend and that's who's being targeted.
Okay, so that's important to get out into the press, I imagine.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the presentation. General question. Why are they still in the cars? Are they trying to sell the parts? Are they going to try to sell the cars? What's the ultimate use? They going to just joyride? What are you seeing?
Well, you've answered your question. It's a little bit of everything.
Okay.
And I'll let Deputy Chief Oakley, since he does deeper dives into the data, to just, share with you what we're seeing.
Well, with the Kias and the Hyundais, it's one of two things, joyriding, or they use those cars to commit more crimes such as robberies, aggravated assault, shootings, burglaries. So it is a trend that we have been seeing. They are using those cars for other things besides joyriding.
So it would be advisable for car owners to try to get kill switches or anything like that?
Yes, ma'am. Anything that will prevent a car theft, it would be great. Kill switches, the club, brake locks, alarms, like aftermarket alarms. Anything that we can do to encourage our citizens to be more vigilant against car theft would be a great thing for the city.
Okay. Maybe we can talk to the state legislators about if we employ, add something like that to adjust the insurance rates or something, working with the insurance companies.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Cullen.
Yeah, I actually would like to piggyback on that because I don't know. I mean, I know for higher end, even Tahoes and things like that. I mean, cars are computers, right? Like the days of carburetors are over. So, my question for you is it worthwhile to reach out to large car manufacturers and figure out how to pilot some sort of ability for the police department? Like if I register my car, I know my VIN number, I know the information I need. So if my car is stolen, I can call GM and I can say, hey, will you track my car? The question is can I have them shut it down? Which I know they have the ability to do, right? They can kill the car.
Yes, they do. We call them, we give them an offense report, and they can kill the car.
So, and how long, like if I have all my information readily available for you, how long does that process usually take? Is it rapid or?
Yes, it's pretty rapid. The quicker we can get there and get the information, we applaud you and our other citizens in the city to have that, to have your tag number, your VIN number, your registration, all that, so we can quickly get the broadcast out and see if we can find the vehicle.
Are most car manufacturers pretty accommodating for you when that happens?
Yes, most of the time.
Most of the time. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Also, I had a question about the manufacturers. Do you know if there's any conversation nationally or concerning the fact that they can use the little port, maybe changing the way that they're making them, since it's so easy to just do it in seconds? That's one. And then is there a public awareness campaign about that?
Well, we're working, through our public information officers to push out information, give more information, especially to those individuals who are owners of these vehicles that have the electronic sort of devices in them that make it easy. But on a national stage, yes, there are larger conversations, even through the IACP, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, because jurisdictions all over the country are facing this same dilemma. And at some point, if we continue to see the trend, the manufacturers, hence why they are helping us by donating steering wheel locks, they know it's to their benefit to have these discussions about what's next on the manufacturing line. How do we prevent, our vehicles from being a vehicle that's targeted or stolen. I'm pretty sure it impacts, their ability to sell certain vehicles after, a certain amount of time. So I don't know how far manufacturers are going, but, with new technology, we all want new technology, but it comes at a price sometimes.
And at public safety, that's the price that we're paying.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely. We had over 1,000 vehicles stolen in a 30-day period.
And with that comes other crimes.
Absolutely.
Most of the time. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. If no one else, we're going to move on to our next item is a resolution. Make sure I'm on the right. A joint resolution to approve. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
A joint resolution to approve adoption of the 5-year plan from the Memphis and Shelby County Crime Commission, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Move by. Second. It's been moved by Councilman Carlisle and seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, with us today is Mr. Bill Givens, the Executive Director of the Memphis Shelby County Crime Commission. I'm going to turn the floor, ask the chair if she'll turn the floor over to him. But as you can see, this is a joint resolution. The County Commission passed this, I believe, in late October, and asked that we discuss that on our end, and I obliged. So happy to have the opportunity to have this discussion. And Madam Chair, I'll yield the floor to you if you wouldn't mind recognizing our guest.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. And good morning, Mr. Gibbons. If you would go ahead and state your name and address, and when they are ready, you can go ahead and begin. We're glad to have you today.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Susan. Okay, all right. It went off by itself. We're setting up here. We're having a little technical difficulty here. Bear with us.
Council members, I think we have a copy of the presentation in our books if we want to. Yeah. Mr. Gibbons, we have copies of it if you want to go ahead with, if you have a paper copy while he works on that.
Okay, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties here, but if you have it in your booklet, I think we're in very good shape. Also, I have the staff passing out kind of what I call the Cliff Note version.
Great.
The entire plan is 56 pages, but this little card, I think, will be very helpful. First of all, as a former member of this body, I want to show my appreciation for the opportunity to appear before you. And I appreciate the many tough issues that you had to face. When I was a member of the council, we had a lot of tough issues too. So thank you for your service. This is a joint resolution. As Councilman Carlisle pointed out, the County Commission adopted this back in October, I believe. Let me tell you a little bit about the plan. I do not view this as a crime commission plan. It is really a community plan and was developed with input from approximately 800 citizens at 11 different community meetings that we had. We also relied upon a public opinion poll done by Public Opinion Strategies, which has a pretty good reputation for accuracy in this community. We also consulted various key stakeholders. In fact, just using the Memphis Police Department as an example, there is nothing in this plan involving leadership of the Memphis Police Department that Chief Davis did not sign off on. So we consulted the key stakeholders as we went forward. It was approved by the Crime Commission Board of Directors, which is composed of 50 individuals. Currently, Councilwoman Logan is on the board. Previously, Dr. Warren was on the board. The plan is composed of 20 specific action steps. It does not include every good idea, but these are 20 action steps that the board agreed upon. And I think I can speak for a majority of the board in saying that they believe that if these 20 action steps are implemented, that it can have a very significant positive impact on our crime rate. That's a big if. I will say that we've made progress on a number of action steps already. Let me mention 3 in particular. One is the action step recommending that the Memphis Police Department create a gun crime unit to really focus on the issue of aggravated assaults involving discharge of firearms. And as Chief Oakley just mentioned a few minutes ago, the city of Memphis is making progress on the number of aggravated assaults, and we're seeing actually so far this year a decline in aggravated assaults. I cannot say that there's a causation between creation of the gun crime unit and the decline of aggravated assaults, but it is an interesting correlation that we are seeing that decline. I do know that as of the end of September, that special unit, which was created in June of this year, had investigated approximately 800 aggravated assaults. So I think it is making a difference in terms of the number of aggravated assaults that we're having in our community. I'm probably saying the obvious, but when the Memphis Police Department is able to investigate an aggravated assault, charge somebody, that individual is probably going to be responsible for more than just that ag assault. It's going to be responsible for others, either directly or indirectly, because of his influence over others. So I do think it can have a very, very significant impact. Also, I'm saying the obvious that ag assaults drive our violent crime numbers. Ag assaults make up about 90% of all the reported violent crime incidents in our community. So if we can drive that number down, we're going to be able to drive our violent crime rate down. Another example that is in the plan that we've made progress on is enactment of truth in sentencing legislation by the General Assembly. Mayor Strickland was very involved in that, and as most of you know, it was enacted this year. There is a little tweaking that we believe needs to be done in that legislation, which I can get into if you want me to a little bit later. But we do think that that can have a very, very significant impact on our violent crime rate. I will cite Virginia is an example of a state that enacted truth in sentencing some 25 years ago. Virginia is now one of the safest states in the nation with one of the lowest violent crime rates. That was not true before they enacted truth in sentencing. So I think that's an example of a state that's been able to make some progress. A third example is loosening the residency requirement for first responders, law enforcement officers, as well as firefighters. This is in the plan. It's something that we pushed before the General Assembly and was enacted this year. I don't have the exact figures, but the last class that went through the Memphis Police Department Training Academy, I believe there were 85 members of that class. 17 of those 85 lived outside of Shelby County. and they were able to apply and be accepted to the training academy as a result of the change in our residency requirements. So those are examples of parts of the plan that have already moved forward. There's a lot more that needs to be done. Again, I think that if we can implement this plan, it can have a very, very significant impact on our violent crime rate. Let me stop there and take any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. Let the record show that Councilwoman Jana Swearingen Washington is with us, and welcome to Public Safety Committee.
Councilman Jones.
Dr. Warren, then Councilman Jones, and Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you for this presentation. I've been talking about this also with the mayor, and one of the things that we think may be in that correlation you talked about as far as seeing a drop in the violent crime is we've seen that GVIP program actually begin to take hold. And I'm not sure you're aware, but this council was very, very instrumental in pushing that program through and wanting to get it started. So I think you're going to find that we're very pleased to see that going forward. So I appreciate this report. We'll try to make sure we can help you get the rest of the 20.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Dr. Warren, and I know you were a big advocate of that, and you distributed, I don't know how many copies of Bleeding Out you distributed, but a lot, and it's one of the best books I've ever read, so I appreciate that very much. And I'm glad you brought that up. The group violence intervention effort, which is really driven by Mayor Strickland's office, is another example of, I think, something that's making a difference. I did not mention that it's being fully implemented because it needs, in my opinion, and I think you agree, it needs to be scaled up. So I did not include that as part of the 3 that have been fully implemented, but it is underway. And I do think it is also having an impact on our ag assault rate. So I think you're absolutely correct.
Thank you. Is that it, Dr. Warren? Councilman Jones, Chairman Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Gibbons.
Welcome.
Good morning. Has the Crime Commission taken a position on what would be the proposed legislation by Senator London Lamar as it relates to concealed carry permitless carry here in Shelby County and Davidson County?
We have not taken a position on that yet, but Councilwoman Logan, we might take a position at our January board meeting. So you might want to bring that up. I will say, though, Councilman, that when legislation was offered 2 years ago to simply remove the requirement for a permit in order to carry a handgun, either concealed or unconcealed, the Crime Commission board, as I recall, voted unanimously to oppose that legislation. Then Director Rollins and I both went to Nashville to testify against that legislation. We were not successful, as you know, but I think that the General Assembly made a very, very serious mistake in allowing handguns to be carried without a permit, concealed or unconcealed. If the legislation that's being proposed this year can make a difference in that, I think that would be great. What are the chances of the General Assembly doing a carve out for Shelby County? Probably tough, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try.
Okay. And then I know it took quite a bit of time to come up with this particular plan, but since this plan was approved, we've had some change in leadership in a couple of key roles in this, namely the juvenile court judge as well as the district attorney. So I would like to know what input have they had in this? What strategies have they talked about in reviewing this to say, hey, we may need to go in a different direction, if any, but just any general input that they've had about this?
Good question. First of all, both the new district attorney and the juvenile court judge have been added to the board of the Crime Commission. So they are members of the board at this point. Judge Sugarman and I have had some discussion about the part of the action plan that deals with intensive supervision of the more serious juvenile offenders. those who have been found delinquent for carjackings, aggravated assaults, aggravated robberies. The fact is that most of those individuals are being supervised in the community. They are not going to a secure residential facility because, frankly, the state of Tennessee does not have adequate space in those facilities. The only state-run facility in West Tennessee for the more violent juvenile offenders is Wilder. You've read the stories about Wilder. It is antiquated. It is understaffed. They can only hold about 35 serious juvenile offenders at a time. At the current rate, and I think this is pretty accurate, at the current rate, by the end of the year, we will have roughly 500 juveniles charged with these serious violence offenses. The number one offense will be ag assault, number two, carjackings, and number three, aggravated robberies. So that's 500. Wilder can only hold 35. So that means the vast majority of those young people who have been convicted of serious crimes will be supervised in the community. So what Judge Sugarman and I have talked about is the need for an intensive system of supervision so that someone is touching those individuals every single day. Mayor Strickland has also had numerous conversations with Judge Sugarman about this. I think most of you are familiar with Memphis Allies Youth Villages. I think they are uniquely equipped to provide that kind of intensive supervision. There are a lot of meetings going on about this, but what I hope is that within the next couple of months, we can move forward on that and really develop a system of that kind of intensive supervision for those more serious offenders in particular. Regarding the district attorney, he and I have had some very good conversations about the need to change our state law to remove the current age limit for those in the juvenile system. Right now, let's take a 17-and-a-half-year-old who is convicted of carjacking. Right now, under our juvenile system, that young offender can only be supervised for about a year and a half. When he reaches age 19, supervision ends, regardless of whether that supervision is in the community or in a secure facility. District Attorney Miller and I have talked about the need to change that legislation to remove that age limit. That is not currently in the plan, but there has been some discussion about amending the plan to include support of such legislation. Of course, the devil's in the details when you get that kind of legislation, and there's a lot of work to do on that. I will say that about 20 to 25 states do have laws on the books eliminating that kind of age limit.
Okay. And then my last question, I know we have to move on. You mentioned supervision. Colleagues, it was only based upon an interview that we had to fill some of the vacancies that we have. The juvenile court probation officers are volunteers. Now, just imagine this. So we talk about the 500 offenders that we're talking about here. Would the supervision that is recommended, would that be to have additional funding now? And maybe there's a separate section, and like I said, I didn't pick this up. I didn't have all the details, but I was shocked, as I'm sure Councilwoman East Thomas was, and Ms. Crichton, who was in that interview with us. The fact to know that the people who are charged with supervising the juvenile offenders are volunteers. Is that the case across the board? Like I said, we were in an interview for another session. I didn't have a chance to dig deeper into that idea.
Councilman, it's my understanding it's kind of a combination. They have volunteer probation officers, but also through their Youth Services Bureau, they have some paid probation officers also. So it's kind of a combination of both. But the other part of your comment, I think, is on point. In order to create this system of intensive supervision, it is going to require more funding. All of this costs money, and I understand that, but I think it needs to be a priority of state government in particular to provide that kind of funding. And again, I think that Youth Villages, Memphis Allies is poised to do this but it's going to take some funding.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas will be the last comment. You good? Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right. Well, seeing no more questions or comments, we'll go ahead and vote on item number 1 with same night minutes. We'll just take a vote. Pardon me?
There was no same night minute.
Oh, okay. You did say same. That's okay. All right. Pardon me?
Item number 3.
Item number 3, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, this passes. Item number 4 is a joint resolution of the Memphis City. Thank you, Mr. Gibbons, for your.
Thank you. I'm also going to leave with your staff, it's okay, some information about a forum that we were having on juvenile crime on January 7th.
Okay.
And Chief Davis is part of the panel, so I'll leave this with your staff.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 4, joint resolution on the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners to support the state of Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and Tennessee General Assembly's proposed increase in funding to the crime lab personnel at the TBI Crime Lab located in Jackson, Tennessee. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Can I get?
Move it. Second.
Was that Carlisle and Ford? Okay, moved by Councilman Carlisle and seconded by Ford. Councilman Carlisle, you may be recognized.
Colleagues, much like item number 3, item number 4 is a joint resolution that was passed at the same meeting by the county commission and in an effort to show our support for a very serious subject matter that we've been discussing for quite some time. I know this is already on our legislative agenda, but in an effort, again, to continue to try and work with our colleagues across the street, I brought this resolution for your consideration. With that, Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any members wanting to be recognized? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This item passes. Item number 5 is a resolution to reallocate and appropriate $1.5 million from ARPA funds to Memphis Fire Division to provide additional support for the CARE program. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Has someone
move it?
Second. It's been moved by Councilman Carlisle and seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be cognizant of the time, Councilwoman Easter Thomas has graciously agreed to be a co-sponsor as well. We had a much longer discussion last time. What I would like to do is, I've had a series of conversations with Gary Rosenfeld. You heard my comments earlier about transportation. I believe that we have identified another source in order to do this without harming MATA's ability. And I don't want to speak for MATA without them being here, but MATA has a larger need. We know that. Right now with the ARPA dollars, I'm not sure they have a specific use today, but we know that they're gonna come, especially in the next budget season, to discuss certain needs. And I don't know that I, in good conscience, could tell Gary that I can backfill $1 million or $1.5 million. So what I would like to do is send this downstairs for the 20th meeting without a recommendation so that you guys understand where the money's coming from, because I want to make sure I work that detail out. But it's going to probably be 2 buckets to backfill the $1.5 million. And so that is what I would like to do if there's not an objection to that. It'll give me a couple weeks to figure it out. But I think I'll know, and potentially I may ask Chairman Jones if we got time. I may have it figured out by executive today, but nonetheless, I'd like to have the vote on the agenda on the 20th.
Okay.
That works.
So we will move this to the 20th without objection. All right, no objection. We will move that to the 20th. Any other comments or? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll take a voice vote on moving it downstairs with no recommendation and having it for the 20th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, and that passes. At this point, if no other comments or questions, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
We're about 10 minutes behind. We're getting ready to start with the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee. Please call the roll.
Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Carlisle? Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Colvett?
Here.
Councilman Warren?
Present.
Chair Ford?
Present. Okay, we have 3 items. The first item is an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis, Chapter 2-16, City Real Property Management, to require any contract for the modification of the city-owned property leased to any nonprofits unaffiliated with the City of Memphis with the cost in excess of $1 million be presented to the Memphis City Council for review and approval. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, we are just being passed out or being distributed, those properties that would be affected by this. I'd like a little bit more time to digest this and review it before we bring it back. And so let's put it forward the first meeting in January.
Okay, we're going to hold this for the first meeting in January. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, second item, update on search for CEO and President of EDGE, all council district, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, and who do we have here?
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues and Mr. Bright, the Director, Chairman of the Board, to talk about where they are.
Okay. All right, I want you to state your name, address, and then you can proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Al Bright. Address 8680 River Hollow Drive, Cordova, Tennessee 38016. I am the chairman of the EDGE board, and on request of Councilman Carlisle, he asked for an update on our EDGE search, President CEO search. As the council may know, our president and CEO resigned, and upon that resignation, we EDGE engaged a consulting firm, the Jefferson Group, to conduct a search in and of itself. That group did what I would call a canvas of the community, so to speak, and talked to various stakeholders with the chamber, EDGE board members, other IDBs, industrial development boards, and other sort of stakeholders within the community. From that discussion, they brought for us several names from the national level, Mr. Chairman. They were interviewed by myself, Doug McGowan, as well as with the county commission. This county administration. From that, we had several national names come up, but did not feel like any of those candidates were really qualified for this job. We think this position is really unique in and of itself, that we need someone who has a feel for the community, and then necessarily think we should bring in someone from outside the community to fill the position. Afterwards, we reached out to several individuals within the community itself to try to fill the position as well. Honestly and bluntly, I thought when this job came up, we thought we would be able to get someone, like a better term, a deputy or someone in a major city who would look for to be the leader in this endeavor. Due to a variety of factors, that just did not occur. Mainly salary. The EDGE president, the former president CEO, had the same salary for 10 years. It was a lot lower than other salaries in our communities. Schools, as families look to move to the community itself, it's just discussion about schools in and of itself. Crime. I know that it's hit hard on this council a lot, but just being honest and blunt, just someone thinking that they're being able to serve the community, that aspect of it. And then last but not least, politics. And I say that from the standpoint of, as we did this search, this council may recall, at the forefront, we had in the midst of county elections. And the EDGE president and CEO has to be approved by both mayors and both city council and county commission. going through that, we had several candidates who were simply waiting for the fact of what was going to happen with the county mayoral race. As we know now, as we talk to candidates, we're about to embark shortly on a city mayoral race. And so it's been with the standpoint with you have both city and county into it. And I'm a Memphian. Memphis is unique by having both dual sets of government. That has been a deterrent. With that said, we are still talking with several local candidates right now. Several local candidates have sort of expressed interest in the job. I've worked with both mayor staff, both Mayor Harris and Mayor Strickland, to figure out what sort of next steps are and go through the process from there. Our hope is that we'll have someone before the City Council and County Commission shortly.
Mr. Bright, thank you. I know you're a very busy man, and I appreciate your service to the board and obviously going through this search. My commentary is a general comment. It's not directed at the board because I know that you guys have been actively looking, but for me, it's we spend a lot of time down here talking about public safety and basic services, and economic development's got to be that third leg of the tripod in local government. Especially in the 21st century, right? Like without including that, it's an old school way to view local politics. And if we're gonna make moves in Memphis, it's gonna have to come through economic development. We're gonna have to be able to put money in people's pockets, and that's just full stop. And so I appreciate you coming down here and giving us an update. Obviously I've had an opportunity to have some more private discussions, and I hope that between you and both administrations that they make it a priority. I'm disappointed, and not with the board, but that people aren't jumping at the opportunity to come work in a place like Memphis, Tennessee, and that it's not as much of a priority as I think it should have been. And I wish that the board and or the administration had come to this council sooner and acknowledged to us that we were having an issue, whether it was salary or anything we could done to not have to have our economic development growth engine not have a president and a front-facing individual after an entire year is concerning. And so I look forward to having more discussions and learning of who you guys believe is the appropriate person to lead that. And I don't want to call the organization rudderless. John Lawrence has done a great job in the interim. He's very capable. He's competent. He's a good operator. So it would be unfair to say that. But we need an organization between the Memphis Chamber and Edge and both the county and the city government to make economic development a priority going forward. We've got to stay competitive. It's just a hard fact, and I know you know that. And I just wanted to say that for the record. And I appreciate all that you guys are doing.
Councilman Carlisle, I wholeheartedly agree with everything you just said. I would be remiss if I did not state the job that both Mr. Lawrence and Randy Richardson have done in this interim time. They both have stepped up. And I also would be remiss not to state of how much the chamber, especially Ms. Robertson, has done with respect to economic development. I think she has truly shown that economic development is an inclusive game, that we should all be into it together. But as you said, again, I know that the Edge Board for me is a volunteer service, which I take wholeheartedly. But again, I share with you the disappointment of not having the person in place at this point in time. With that said, I also think we have to have the right person in place, and not fill the position just to fill the position. And I think sort of what we've learned in this is that we need someone who can champion Memphis and Shelby County. Someone who's going to have our back. Blue Oval is coming. We all know that. Memphis and Shelby County will be a beneficiary of that. But we want to make sure that that it reflects our community and that benefit. So again, Councilman Carlisle, I wholeheartedly agree with everything you said, but I also want to make sure that I would be remiss in not stating how much our two guys have stepped up in this process.
I appreciate those comments, and I'm glad that you acknowledge that. We need to give people acknowledgement when it's well deserved. I have one question, and then we'll move on, Chair, if you don't mind. When do you anticipate, if things run smoothly, when do you hope to have a candidate for consideration?
So, obviously, and Councilman Carlisle, you would appreciate this. I'm not going to give you my legal answer as a lawyer.
I can't afford it.
But my hope is first of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bright.
Good morning, Mr. Brightwell. Of the factors that you indicated, is there a particular one or two that you think that would be the two greater impediments out of those? Because, well, the thing about the political part of it, look, if you look at when the county elections are, when the city elections are, there are only 2 years that you don't have an election. So,
so I'm sorry,
that's, in an 8-year period of time, you got only 4 years out of that period of time that you don't have an election. So, which one of those would you say, like I said, which one of those are the most present one?
So 2 quick comments, Chairman Jones. One, remember, of those 2 years, we're in those 2 years right now in the midst of a search. So I think it's the point of, if a change happened, and we know a change is going to happen with the city mayor as we speak. If a change happened, you have a city mayor who's appointed the president, but the next guy in 6 months into it may be a different standpoint. So that's been the real, it's timing. So I think that has been a real concern. The second aspect of it has been comp. Again, and we're just trying to rectify that, but I've been amazed, Chairman Jones, of what people are compensating ED officers across the country. I mean, it is again, we were lucky with the past president, but we will not be as lucky with the next one.
Okay. Thank you.
Or may not be as lucky with the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ford. We certainly appreciate you. Oh, thank you.
How about that? Discussion on creation of the Sheraton Hotel Tourism Development Zone Tourism Surcharge, requested by Councilman Carlisle. All council districts. I think we have Mr. Young, people here. Councilman, did you want to say something first, or did you want them to proceed?
Well, one, let me just say thank you for showing up. We may be a small town, but when you're asking for a few $1 million, we like to see a face to the project. So
that was great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming on down. I'd hate to have said no just because you weren't, you were in absentia, but appreciate you being here. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Okay, Councilman Young, Mr. Young, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
All right, Council. Last 2 weeks ago, you heard the first reading on the ordinance to establish the 5% surcharge for the Sheraton Hotel. As we discussed, the surcharge is going to go towards the renovation of the facility, an $86 million renovation of the existing tower. CCRFC did approve that surcharge, and obviously it comes before this body for approval as an ordinance. And so the second reading, I think, is happening this afternoon. The other part of what CCRFC approved is a 30-year pilot, which also has another step. It has to be approved by the state of Tennessee as well. And the 30-year pilot will only be triggered if the Sheraton Hotel builds a 30-year pilot, but it would only be triggered if they build an additional 300-room tower to go with the existing 600 rooms. And so the item before you is the ordinance for the surcharge, but I wanted to clarify that those are two incentives that have been approved by CCRFC today. And there were a number of questions that were directed towards the owners, and so they are here, and they are here to answer any questions that this body may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you for being here today. I'm going to direct a couple towards Mr. McLaren and you, Mr. Young, first, before I get into to the owners and where they are in their process. So to make crystal clear for us and the public, the pilot is expiring in approximately 1.5 to 2 years, the current existing pilot. Until what action, I guess closing of the construction financing for a new tower occurs, if signs of that, they go back on the existing tax rolls at the fully assessed, currently fully assessed value.
Correct. So I'm going to state it and then I'll let the attorney clean it up and fix it if I say it wrong. So the existing pilot ends at the end of next year.
Okay.
They have until, and once the existing pilot ends, the taxes go up to what the taxes would be without a pilot. They have until the end of 2026, December 2026, is that the right date? Until December 2026, they have to close on the construction financing for the new tower. If they do not close on that financing, the taxes stay where they are at the highest rate. If they do close on that financing, it would go back down as per the pilot, because the pilot would then be triggered.
Great.
Now, let me make sure that's correct.
Yes, the only distinction I would make is that technically there will continue to be a pilot in place, but they will be paying payments in lieu of taxes.
The flow through is
at the full amount. So the city and county would be getting the same amount as if the property was not subject to a pilot until the financing for the expansion closes and they commence construction.
Just out of curiosity, what is the thought process behind that, just to smooth it out to
There's a technical issue about the base assessment that is being, current base assessment that's being preserved by continuing the pilot in place. So to do that, you have to amend the current pilot. But as I said, it will provide for payments in lieu of taxes equal to full taxes as if it was on the tax rolls until the financing closes for the new expansion.
So to that point, what you're saying is when the new financing closes, you're going to try and hold the base value at the original value from the 90s?
Correct.
Well, that's a pretty big nuance.
Yes.
So what he's saying is in 1998, they approved a 25-year pilot. At that time, they froze the property taxes. In order to hold that base year, if they go and build this new tower and they commence on a 30-year pilot, instead of the tax base year being set, let's just say they do it in 24. Instead of taking that, then whatever the then assessed value is as the new base year, they want to hold the value as the 1998 base value. So we may have to talk about that. I think I could be, and I have to think about it, I think I could be on board with an adjustment as opposed to slamming them with the full, because again, at the end of the day, it's to find your financing, not to be punitive. We want a hotel, we want convention hotels, but that's artificially low from 25 years ago. But I get it. It's something I want to think about, and the good news is I got a couple weeks to do it. So, okay, that's an important piece there. Secondly, Mr. McLaren, the surcharge that's going in place, will it be, it says F&B, and I want to be very clear if that is inclusive of two things. One, if they charge for parking in the convention center garage, and two, on the current F&B agreement with the convention center to provide exclusive food and beverage for the use of the convention center.
It depends on where the point of sale occurs. So if the point of sale occurs within the hotel footprint, then it would be subject to the 5% surcharge. For example, if they sell a drink in an open bar in the convention center itself, it's not subject to the 5%. But if they charge for a catering event and the point of sale is within the hotel, the 5% applies.
Perfect. I'm comfortable with that. That's fair to me. So long as the agreement doesn't, some agreement with the convention center doesn't stipulate they have to host an event in their hotel that otherwise could have been in the convention center. But the philosophical thought process for me is that's a very beneficial agreement. I understand it was a part of your underwriting, but to go and tax an agreement in place and basically put our convention center at a potentially, competitive disadvantage from a pricing standpoint. Granted, the idea here again is to build a hotel in order to get larger conventions. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable with. Okay, that I get all that. I'm comfortable in understanding that. Thank you for being here. Tell me where y'all are, and I've read this, and Mr. Lindsay, thank you, and also to Shay Welford, who's a great attorney and a good friend of mine, for reaching out and for you guys coming down here. Sources and uses. So you're going to get a revenue stream, and the plan is you got 3.7 million over 30. No, I didn't do that right. Like 1.7 million over 30 years, roughly, as part of your refreshes. I assume like FF&E reserves, et cetera. The renovation costs, and I know it's in here, and it's been a busy week with a lot of sick kids and that kind of thing, and I'm okay. Yeah. But explain to me what your game plan is to bond out or to go seek debt based on your surcharge revenues in the taxable series.
So once the good morning, I'm Rob Tannenbaum with Starwood Capital. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having us. Once the surcharge is secured, we'll be exploring all financing options through our in-house global capital team, as well as third-party specialists in the muni bond financing.
Slide the mic up. You're not as loud as I am.
They did that. All right, good? No. Sorry about that. So I'm sorry. Once again, Rob Tannenbaum with Starwood Capital. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be here. Upon the approval of this tax surcharge, we'll then be going out to the marketplace for financing options, working both with our in-house capital markets team as well as going out to the muni bond market.
So I guess my concern for you is we've got like two tracks that actually impact you because of your debt service coverage, right? You're going to go on the full tax rolls unless you pull this 300-room hotel off, which is going to impact your underwriting. And I guess, let me just say this. I'm very supportive of trying to help this hotel happen. What I'm concerned about is it ends up being a half measure that we've approved, and then we don't get what we're all hoping to get out of it. And I know that there's no guarantee, especially in the taxable bond market. We learned that the hard way, right? Like I'm intimately familiar. And two, just the general hospitality debt markets are like very tightening. So, you guys are pros. This is what you do for a living. I don't. And so I guess I'm curious to know how you really foresee the timing. I mean, last time I think we spoke, you guys really haven't. I mean, I know you've got a scope of work in kind of an order of magnitude, but when are you going to start spending real capital to figure out what your renovation costs are going to be and where are we in the actual linear timeline?
Certainly. So with that in mind, again, assuming the approval comes forward, we'll be starting, on January 3rd with this project in full earnest.
I'm going to say it one more time. I'm very supportive of anything that I can do and that we can do in order to get that hotel positioned to where people, and I'm not trying to be disparaging to you guys because I know you picked it up in the last few years, but I mean, it is not something to get excited about when you're Kevin Kane and these guys to try and pitch, right? But I'm concerned a little bit about the debt stack and the actual proceeds you're going to have to do what you say you're going to do. So let me ask you this: is Starwood prepared to put in the equity to if your debt stack, if your capital stack doesn't come back, are you guys prepared to put in partner equity or fund equity into this thing to make it, to meet the promises that you're pitching?
So we're looking at all of our options right now, and so that would be answered after we get approval.
Okay. I think I'm going to contemplate that a little bit. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to yield the floor here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the information. My question is in regards back to that pilot, to make sure I understand that process. So the first pilot is going to end in December of 23? Okay. And then hopefully he will be able to get all the financing and everything together by the end of 26? Okay. So he goes from the roll from 24 and 25 and 26, full value.
The payments will be the equivalent of the full value of the taxes during those years.
Now,
and it will continue that way unless they start on the tower.
So when you come back in for that second pallet, the new pilot, I ain't gonna say second pilot, the new pilot, are you going back, picking up the previous property, the 650 rooms, and adding it to the 300 plus rooms for one pilot?
I'm gonna let the attorney explain that part of it.
You're correct. There'll be one pilot over the entire 900-room hotel, assuming that they begin the construction of the 300-room expansion.
And they want to maintain that at the 1990 value.
Right.
For the old that you're renovating, which should increase in value, along with the new, which will be, how much estimated cost for the 320 rooms?
$103 million for the.
And you want to go back to the 1990 values for taxes for 30 years.
Which was it $4.5 million?
$4 million.
$4 million.
$4 million. Well, that was assessed value, not appraised value.
So how much are we giving up in taxes 1 year if we allow this to go through? Estimate.
After it's constructed?
Yeah.
I don't have that number, but I'm sure we can calculate it for you.
Okay.
I mean, you could take 300 rooms times some appraised, 200 keys, and that's probably it.
And then,
something to that effect.
I'm just, looking at how much we're actually giving up over a period of time. And then you asking for a surcharge as well. So, I know we need the hotels for sure, but at the same time, we got to be fair to everybody in the system. Are the employees getting raises?
Yes, we are paying market wages. We've been very sensitive to the market, and we have full employment at the hotel.
Okay, but I said, are they getting raises?
Yes, they do receive annual raises. That is correct.
I don't know if I understand what you're saying, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. If we're going to give up all these tax dollars, I think we're going to need to have to be complemented some other type of way, because that's a lot of money you're asking for in regards to a pilot going back to a 1990 value for a old existing building being renovated and a totally new structure. And I'd just like to know how much we're losing in tax dollars as a result of that particular pilot. Look like we would start with the new value, or I guess we may have to adjust, but that's a lot of money.
We'll provide that information and get that calculation for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Jonathan Lindsay, Martin Taylor from Local Council. To be clear on one nuance, Councilwoman Johnson, what they're currently paying is a pilot equal to, they're currently paying a pilot equal to the taxes on a $4 million assessment. In the new pilot, they'll be paying that, and plus they'll be paying 25% of the total value on the building, which is not being generated right now. So the pilot will actually increase significantly from what it is right now.
That's an important point, yes.
Right, but which is not currently in place. Well, the existing building exists. Correct. And the existing. Plus the 25% on the existing value, which is not currently there. They're only paying the pilot on the $4 million right now. They're not paying a 25% increment.
The first value, the first structure. How much are you going to be paying on that particular property? Based on what?
The existing building under the new pilot, if the expansion happens. If the expansion never happens, it's 100% taxes. If the expansion happens, the pilot would be equal to the current base assessment of $4 million plus 25% on the existing value of the existing building.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are you saying that you're going to value both the old building and the new structure and then do 25%, then the $4 million?
The 25%, the $4 million is just on the existing building.
Exactly, so you're still keeping the 1990 value and only requesting 25% on the new structure that you're placing there.
Correct.
Based on a pilot.
Correct.
So I think there's one clarification. It's 25% for the existing building, so the new value of the existing building, it'll be 25% of that, and it'll be 25% of the value of the new structure that's being built. So it does meet all of the same standards of any pilot that we give, which is...
Now you changed it.
It's because I didn't think of it until he said it. I forgot about the fact that we do pay 25% of the new appraised value of the structure on top of the base assessment. That's what we do for all of our pilots.
But that's not what they said. The first one said we're going to stay with the 1990.
What they're saying is you pay the base value plus 25% of the then assessed value. So if I pay $1 million a year in tax, here's the assessed value. If my tax bill is $1 million year one, and then 4 years later my tax bill is $1 million, and if I were on the full tax bill, it would be an extra $1 million. I actually only pay $250,000. Right. So my tax bill is now $1.25 million.
Correct.
Is what they're saying.
Okay. What I'm asking is.
But I think the difference for your statement, when we talk about the base value of $4 million, I think the benefit that this team gets is that instead of it being valued at whatever it is today, which is going to be the assessed value is going to be higher than $4 million, it's staying at $4 million. And so when we get the new number, the new appraised value for the property, it's still going to be 25% of that new appraised value that's going to be added to it. Instead of that $4 million moving up to what it is now and then taking a new number and then taking 25% of that and add it to whatever the appraised value would be today, they're not having to do that because that number is still lower than, it's at that equivalent to what it was in 1998 instead of what it is today. Does that make sense?
No.
All right.
Come on, anything that's equivalent to what was in 1990, you come about.
So if you appraise the property today, it would be, I don't know what the number is, it would be $10 million.
Okay.
If you appraise it today, the assessed value. Instead of it being $10 million right now as the baseline, we're going with $4 million, which is what it was in 1998. Okay. When we reappraise it in 3 years, it may be $20 million, and they pay 25% of it.
You don't have to wait 3 years to reappraise it. If you're making major renovation to the property, it should be reappraised at the time of all those renovations being made to it.
Well, I think that the assessor would do that.
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
It's that value that the 25% should be established in.
Right. The benefit is that they're getting is that it's being at that $4 million. That's their benefit. But if they trigger the pilot, then the value goes up to whatever it is. So say that's $20 million, they pay 25% of that $20 million. And that $5 million, which is 25%, will be added to $4 million instead of being added to $10 million like what I talked about previously.
We're going to sit down.
Okay.
The net result, just based on the rough numbers I've run, is what they're currently paying on a pilot, under the new pilot, it would be about $760,000 a year on a pilot payment, which is $515,000 per year more than they're paying right now under the current pilot.
What we'll do is lay it all out in a very easy to understand table, because I think it's a lot of numbers floating around and it can get confusing.
And I hear current, you said proposed, because current is $4 million. So I think when you say current, you really mean proposed.
No, what's currently being paid under the current pilot. There's a pilot lease in place right now on the building.
But then you said that it was an addition of $765,000.
Correct.
So where did that come from?
The 25% on the value of the existing buildings, which is not being currently paid.
That's what I said. That's when you said current. This is proposed.
Right. Okay. If the $226 million renovation expansion take place, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. we're looking at these pie in the sky, what are right now virtual numbers. I'm a visual person. When I'm sitting in front of a client, I like to give them some actual stuff to look at. What we need to know, I need to see something on paper instead of these hypothetical numbers, really what we're giving up here. And so, to go back to 1998 numbers, I'm just going to use a colloquialism here. Where they do that at? so we need to, for me to vote on this, I need to know what we're giving up. Give me some figures here. It's so if, for us to say that existing building right now, and I understand assessments, but if we look at an appraised value and assessed value, once it trades hands, that's the value. You can say, well, the tax assessor may say there's something appraised for, or it's assessed at, or $16 million. But if it ends up selling for 30, that assessed value is out the window. That new value is 30. So what we as a council need to know financially, what we're being asked to give up versus what we could also. So if it may sound attractive to say, well, we're getting $250 now, but we'll go into $750. But if what we're looking at current values would be $3 million, we need to know that before we vote on this and say yes or no to this. So I'm just saying, between now and then, I would love for our public to know a chart here to basically say, here's where we are today. Or in 1998, here's what the situation was. Here we are in 2022, here's where we are at 2020, at the end of 2023 next year, here's where we are. But what we're looking to look at going forward for the next 30 years is this. So until I see that and have some comfort, and I understand there's compromise. We want this, you want this, but I just think it's a tall task for us to, and I think there's a significant, because there's nobody that would go there right now looking at it and basically say, well, what is it? Is it 40%? So we're saying that $4 million is 40% of the commercial property assessed rate. There's nobody that will look at that building and say what it comes out to that 10, so have to be assessing it at $4 million. That means at 40%, so that's $10 million. So there's nobody that would go to the Sheraton right now and say that's a $10 million building, and therefore the taxes need to be based upon $4 million. So I need to know if we're looking at, whether it's replacement costs, what current costs are right now. If that value right now for that hotel is 60, 70 million, we need to know that, because that's what we're giving up, folks. If it's 60 million, well, 40% of 60 million is 24 million. So we need to know what the taxes will be on 24 million before we give this up and basically say we're going back to 1998 at $4 million, and that's what it will be taxed at. So I just do not have enough information right now, and I'm not comfortable with the information that we have before now to say, yes, let's go ahead with this. I'm willing to wait till the next group comes here before we give up so much that's being put on the table for us now without having concrete numbers before us.
We're happy to provide those numbers, and I believe the CCRC presented those numbers, or the staff did at the CCRC board. So we're happy to give those numbers.
The CCRC board ain't the one that's coming before council right now.
No, I understand.
We would like the same information that the CCR board is being asked about.
Yeah, and
we're not getting that right
provide
now.
it. I did want to make sure on 2 points. What's before you now is the surcharge ordinance only. There's nothing before you regarding the pilot.
Okay.
So I understand. I want to give you all the information you all need, but I don't want the valid discussion on the pilot to delay the surcharge, because the surcharge is what will get the renovation up and running as fast as possible. What's before you today is just a surcharge ordinance, which is only for the renovation.
Look, we have approved surcharges before. So for somebody to come before us and say we want a surcharge, we did it for the Peabody, we've did it for other establishments. Sure. So we were proposing to do it for Lowe's. A surcharge is not the problem here. So I'm okay with that, but we still have to take that in light and look at the full picture of things.
Understood.
In doing so.
And Councilman Carlisle, we do want to clarify one point on your question on equity.
Yeah. So on the equity side, the way we're right sizing this with the current, and this is only based off the surcharge. Of the 86 million, 50% would be a construction loan. We would put 28% of equity in, and 22% of that stack would be, a bond. And again, these were preliminary things that we researched earlier, probably like in the June timeframe. So we're going to go back and revisit it, but there's an equity contribution as well as construction loan. So the surcharge is really helping in that 22% wise. So it's not funding it fully per se. So
yeah, I mean, I hear you and I appreciate that. What I'm looking at now is are your projections, and I'm just trying to go back in my head, and I should have done it before, but we've got a couple weeks. But I mean, like you're looking at it, you have a stabilized asset, so to speak. I mean, stabilized probably a generous term. A value add opportunity with the amount of rooms down, but. Because the way you're showing it is basically you're showing a maintenance CapEx line item that's going to be net because your plan is to use the surcharge or the excess bond revenues year over year to fund your FF&E, those CapEx reserves, right? That's the $37 million over 30 years?
We would still contribute the 4% into escrow. We were just as we were looking at trying to right size and saying, if we're able to get a surcharge and we're able to utilize this for 30 years, how can we maximize it? So that's where the 37 million came in to play.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm getting at is you've got a non-development deal that has a cash-on-cash return of we'll just use the no pilot.
Yeah.
You're showing that as a cash-on-cash return at 22%. Pretty stout.
Yeah.
So I mean, so I guess that's what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around is again, the surcharge is a competitive, I'll just say this to this group. Mm-hmm. It's a competitive disadvantage to them, right? Like they're going to charge their own hotel guests. Their F&B is going to go up. All these things are going to go up. But again, and I don't really care. What I'm trying to figure out is I don't want to end up in a position where the surcharge goes and we think we're going to get an $86 million bond issuance or net proceeds to you guys, and we're going to get the hotel that Memphis deserves down there. There's a shortfall, and then we have this, Paul and these guys, because it won't come back to us. There won't be anything for us to do other than the pilot. But we end up with, again, a half-measured go. And that's the thing that I'd have to lean on James and Jennifer and Shondell and Shirley and her team to make sure that the protections, if this body approves it, are in there. Like, we cannot have another misfire. Full stop. The mayor and his team, along with council, because we make votes too, over the course of his tenure is going to bet $1 billion. $1 billion of taxpayer money on tourism. Whether it's $200 million for Cook or Renaissance, going to get that naming right. A regional sports complex, the Grizzlies at the FedEx Forum, the Liberty Bowl, a potential soccer stadium, and renovations to AutoZone. In addition to all of the things that we've done downtown. Oh, and $20 million that we've put into Tomley Park. It's $1 billion. If we don't build a net new full-service convention hotel room, we are in grave risk of those investments. Because we can talk about projections and economic impact studies all we want. But there's only one real litmus test to public investment, and that's whether the private sector responds and comes along with it. And so if the private sector doesn't come along, we have a huge problem. We just have a whole bunch of debt service and not a lot to show for it. So my big issue is making sure that we, in principle, are on the same page about what the expectations are, understanding that we can't control debt markets. And I know you have investor returns that you have to hit, and I have no problem with you guys making money so long as that you do what you say you're going to do here. So those are my philosophical things that I'd like to see out of this. But I really do appreciate you coming here. It means a lot. Like I said, we may be people in New York and Chicago may call us a small backwater town, but we're very prideful about what the work we do here and what we want to see out of our city. And so I appreciate you taking the time to come down here and talk with us. So thank you, Chair.
Appreciate you. Look, 9:55. I got 5 minutes. I got quite a few different council members. I want everybody to be brief. I'm going to come back, but I want to say one thing. I had some people to come in town, okay? They were at one hotel. They left and they came back and they stayed at the Sheraton. Y'all are renovating and trying to do something. The other hotel, which was downtown also, I'm not going to call no name, they talked about it real bad. But at least you all are trying to do something. I want everybody to think about that. You know, this city, we just had Church of God in Christ. You know, they left here, they're back. We got to make sure that they stay here because this is where it started from. I know we're getting off a little course. We're looking at surcharge right now. 2 weeks, I want y'all to come back, divide it up, surcharge and everything else that you're going to do. That's where, hey, please give us some on paper. That's where all these council members can kind of see what's really going on, okay, if you can do that for me. We need plenty of hotels downtown, okay? This is not a convention center. Okay, we got to go to the Renaissance. But you know, business that I'm in, we have conventions every year. I want to be in one place. I want to be able to walk wherever else I want to go. I don't want to get in no cab. I don't want to have to drive 20, 25 miles. That's what conventions are for. People like to walk. Once a meeting is over, I may want to go back to my room and rest for a few minutes. I can't go get in a cab and drive for 20 minutes there, rest, and then try to come back. That's wasting money of mine. And plus, I'm not getting what I should have. We need all of what you all are trying to do. Let's make this a convention center, city. Okay? And I hate to say, but all of us got to kind of get together because this city hadn't grown at all. And it's because of a lot of us. We need to come together. I'm just being honest with you now. You know, I'm an old head. 20 years ago, we hadn't moved too far because of us. We stopped our own progress. Okay? It's time for us to grow. You know, you look at Atlanta. I don't want to be like Atlanta. I hate to go to Atlanta. Too busy. But Atlanta was a little hick town. Okay? They were way behind us. But they decided to get together and say, hey, it's not black, white, blue, green. We need to do this, get together with that. All of us have to work together. And it took off. Look at us. We are straddling the fence right now. We need to do better. You know, let's bring the new year in doing much better. That's why I said, y'all, please, do what you can. And anybody else that you can find Mr. Young to come in and do some things, please do that also, okay? I'm going to be quiet because, hey, we got a few minutes. And now we have Councilman Jones, Logan, Warren, Logan, Easter Thomas, and Johnson again, okay? Then we're going to see y'all in 2 weeks. Go right ahead. Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren first.
Yeah, I'll just hold my questions. I just want to see the stuff put together where I can understand what the incentives actually are.
Okay. Logan?
Thank you. I also would like to look forward to see it in writing, but also want to see what did you plan on, if we approved it, how would that impact us as the community? What is that bringing to the community outside of the rooms? If we had approved it, you know, and the savings that you were getting, what was the plan for that? How would it impact and increase us as a community and as a city? And seeing those numbers would help. I get that.
Okay. Councilwoman Thomas, Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you said we're only here to discuss the surcharge, but however the pilot conversation got in here, it opened up a real door for questions. In 2 weeks, I know we're hearing the surcharge in full council. Can you please have something concise in writing just about the surcharge and the timeline of when you're expected to do the renovations, how the 5% surcharge and how your financing is going to impact when it's going to start, when it's going to end. If it's not a set year, which different years are you looking at, so that we're able to effectively tell that to folks to ask, and so we can also know. Also, when is the pilot question being brought before us?
I can let James speak more to that, but under the statute, and I don't want to be turned into the attorney here, but the procedure for the pilot is the CCRC approves it, the IDB, and they did that back in November or October. Now the state of Tennessee has to approve it because of the duration of it. The city council does not have a direct vote on the pilot.
Okay. So since we don't have a direct vote on the pilot, can you please bring the pilot information when you bring the information about the 5% surcharge? So since we won't see you again, we can just make sure we have all the information at the same time before. Sure. I would say before I approve a 5% surcharge, and in thinking of all the things you're going to do down the line, I just want to see it all up front since you're not going to come back.
You're talking about the savings,
We're talking everything that Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Logan, Chairman Jones said. Basically, what are the actual numbers, and not in the format that you put in the binder book, where it's 2 whole pages of charts and graphs. Like, give it to us straight and effectively, and also citing whatever differences based on your surcharge, your financing package, because we do want to have adequate information and not be looked upon, especially next year, approving something coming down that we can say we had no knowledge of it happening, and we also don't have any authority on it as well. So I'm glad that you brought it up. It doesn't come back before us. Can you please have that by December 20th?
Sure, we'll get that put together. That's not a problem.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, those were my concerns that asked Mr. Young to come back with their financial package. We want to see minority participation on what they're offering. You know, we want to know how the employees are going to be affected. A lot of times I share with people that I don't physically live in Orange Mound, but I represent Orange Mound. And if I'm in Orange Mound, why am I excited about this project? So let me know how you're going to reach out to the community and make a difference if we're going to be holding on to it for 30 years. Thank you.
In 2 weeks. Thank you very much. All right.
Good morning. The hour is 10:05. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Owens, would you please conduct a roll call?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilman Smiley.
Oh, I'm here.
Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have 7 items on the agenda this morning, and we will take them in the order in which they are outlined on our agendas. But this is my first time welcoming our new council member. So, Madam Janice Swearingen Washington, welcome. And so, colleagues, we have some presentations today. The first one is going to be our grant presentations. We don't need a motion on this item, but we have 3 organizations today. So the first one that we're going to hear from is Apple Seeds Incorporated. Is there a representative? Okay, if you could join us at the podium here. And you'll be given 2 minutes, but we would like for you to give us an overview of how you plan to spend the money, and so focus on the budgetary aspects of it, in addition to the programmatic aspects of your nonprofit organization. So if you could press that button right there, it's going to turn green. Yes. Okay, it'll be up in just a second then. Press it one more time. Oops. One more time. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we are. Okay, one more time again. There we are. And so if you could state your name, address, and affiliation for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Taniki Cecily. I am the CEO and founder of Apple Seeds. Apple Seeds is a maternal mental health organization with specializations, maternal mental health and also mental health across the board. We are currently in partnership with the Whole Child Strategies.
Wait, can you talk to the mic, please? Okay. And is that green light on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
We are currently in partnership, collaboration with Whole Child Strategies and Cathedral of Faith and other partnerships, of course, but this particular area, as we know, the Delta region is one of the most distressed regions in Shelby County. So our goal was to, focus in on this 38107 with the partners that we already have at Klondike's Smoky City area by providing individual counseling, group counseling, and also youth empowerment and support. So basically, it's basically for the staffing, for our therapists, our contractors, and also for incentives and marketing material, and that's how we plan to spend those resources.
Colleagues, any questions? Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Cecily. Colleagues, I asked for, I think, all 3 of these presentations. So with this being maternal health, mental health, having especially just realized the importance of that, I would just implore if you have any additional available funds to consider supporting Apple Seeds or any of the other 2 organizations that's coming before. So I'm thankful to be able to give some funds to you. Thank you, Ms. Cecily, for coming and bringing your presentation.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see any other colleagues. I have a couple of questions. I'm looking at the last page of your presentation. Amount of capital raised, $3,000. But when you look at your operating budget, it gives a different figure. Can you reconcile those 2 numbers for me, please?
Yes. Well, I was under the assumption that money towards this particular project.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So this is a separate project different from what your overall
Correct.
operating and programs are?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Seeing none, seeing no other questions, want to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all
You're
for giving me
welcome.
the opportunity.
Certainly. Our next presenter is going to be The Time Is Now Douglas Redevelopment Corporation. Is there a representative for this organization? You're welcome to join us at the podium. Good morning.
Morning.
If you would state your name and address for the record and affiliation, you can begin with your presentation.
My name is Kathy Ante Temple. I'm the executive director of the Time Is Now Douglas Redevelopment Corporation. We're in Douglas, Tennessee. Memphis, 38108 is Douglas, Tennessee to us. Okay. 1536 Tanner Street, we both hail from Douglas, generational residents, multiple generations from Douglas. We are, first of all, thank you for the opportunity for us to present. The Time Is Now Douglas has been, we started out with just the two of us picking up trash in Douglas, 2012. A little bit before that, we officially got our 501c3 nearly 3 years ago. And what we're doing, as we all know, North Memphis, 38108, is a huge area code for blight and especially a food desert. We have no grocery stores near us. And a large majority of the residents in our community and the surrounding area are transient. They have no transportation to get to the Kroger that's up on Austin P and Raleigh, or to the Save-A-Lot. There's just no viable transportation. So we try to fill in the gap with our various food programs that we have going on in Douglas. We partnered with the Mid-South Food Bank to provide mobile food pantries monthly. We began twice a month until the bulk of the pandemic kind of went down. The heightened sense went down, but now we're in a pre-recession. We're in a recession and inflation is very high, food is very high. There are a lot of people in need, so in partnership with the Mid-South Food Bank, we do feed up to 300 families of 4 every month from Douglas Park. We also have a standalone food pantry. Most of the mobiles are done through the fair weather months, but in the winter months, when it's not viable for us to do a mobile outside, we have our food pantry inside the Douglas Community Center that we try to stock and keep stocked to fit the need of the hungry.
Okay, and so that's your time has expired, but can you expound upon your financial ask and how it would be implemented?
Right now, we're asking, I think we asked for $8,000, and what we are doing with that funding is funding our standalone food pantry through the fall and winter months, where we're not able to do the outside mobile pantry, and we don't get as much support from the Mid-South Food Bank. We do have other partnerships where we can purchase food at wholesale, so that's what the funding is asked for, and to support our gardens that also feed into our food pantry.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any questions for this organization? Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Temple and Mr. Perry, for coming. Time Is Now has been doing so much great and needed work in the Douglas community in my district. I know their X is 8,000. I'm putting forth 7. So once again, if you have any remaining funds to get them to that 8. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you for supporting. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you for your presentation this morning.
Thank you so much.
Next presenter is going to be Black Millennials for Flint.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure that everyone that comes before us know that all of us don't have any money left, and I don't want them to think we're not supporting their community. So I need you to make sure that is clear, because I looked at them, oh my. So please let them know all of us don't have any money left.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Latricia Adams. My address is 655 South Riverside Drive, Unit 504B, and I am the founder, CEO, and president of Black Millennials for Flint. Of course, with Flint in the namesake, we were inspired to establish this organization in the wake of the Flint water crisis and the national crisis that we have as it relates to lead, not just specific to water, but also in housing. So with this proposal, we are currently in partnership with several community-based organizations that specifically focus on bridging the gap between awareness around lead poisoning and exposure, ways to mitigate that exposure, and connection with existing programs that exist within the city of Memphis. So more specifically, we do door knocking, so canvassing, where we engage with people in the community to do that community outreach, and it's really simple, where we say, hey, do you want to get your water tested for lead? We do the connection with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water to ensure that they have access to free lead testing kits, and then we ensure that they have water filters in the interim where they're trying to figure out if there is indeed lead in their drinking water. In addition to that, we also advocate with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water to provide that insight and intel to ensure that their GIS map, which is where anybody that is an MLGW customer can indeed go and type in their address and determine whether or not their residence is actually located at a lead service line. So collaboratively, our overall effort is to ensure that our friends and family, neighbors have lead-safe environments in their homes.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions? Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
So we know Councilwoman Robinson has given all of her funds out, but you all, Black Millennials for Flint is a nationally recognized organization for the efforts that they've been doing, not only for Flint and most recently Jackson, Mississippi, but also in our city and our county. I don't know if I might have missed it. I don't know if you mentioned that you also formed the Shelby County Lead Prevention Board, which looks at testing and evaluating, seeing how our schools and our community centers and our city buildings, what their lead levels are looking like and what we can do to help that. So if you're not able to further support them in today, I do want to invite you to make sure that you apply every year to seeing how we can keep this momentum going for your organization and really look at comprehensively as a council what we can do to help this lead prevention for the city of Memphis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Rob.
I just have a question. Have you all already contacted or working with EPA as well?
Yes, so our relationship with EPA is more so on the accuracy with our community outreach, particularly around like educating the community, but we are in partnership with EPA.
Have you attended any of their training over the last year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make sure you're connected with the right people.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I
Indeed.
participate as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation this morning.
Thank you.
Colleagues, next on our agenda is a resolution. Resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, all council districts. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Issa Thomas. Is there a motion? Move. Moved and seconded. Councilwoman Issa Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move for $7,000 grant to Time Is Now, Douglas Redevelopment Corporation, $3,435 to Appleseeds, and $5,000 to Black Millennials for Flint, for a total of $15,435.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That. He said. Well, so we have.
Downstairs, can we?
Yes, we'll have one for you separately, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll present it in executive. We'll have it in executive, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any opposed? That item passes. Next, we have a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. This is all council districts sponsored by Councilman Canale, and there's a, with the previous one, there's a request for same night minutes. As with this one, there's a request for same night minutes, and Councilman Canale isn't here. I have a copy of his, in case you don't have it in front of you, but his request is in the total amount of $10,000, with $5,000 for the Methodist Le Bonheur Community Outreach and $5,000 for the Legacy of Legends CDC. Is there a motion? Second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Next, colleagues, we have a resolution to amend. Okay. Resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to
Microphone, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to amend the grant by $3,500 for Family of Hope.
Okay. And you're moving it?
I so move.
Okay. Okay, has been moved and seconded that Family of Hope receives a grant in the amount of $3,500. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item number 5 is a resolution to reallocate and appropriate $23,000 in ARPA funds to the Methodist Le Bonheur Community Outreach Program. This is all council districts, sponsored by council members Easter Thomas and Smiley. Councilwoman Easton Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. You are now getting that resolution sponsored by myself and Smiley. If you go to the last, now therefore be it resolved, ARPA allocations be amended to reallocate $23,000 of ARPA funds from the Healthcare Navigator Initiative to the Methodist Le Bonheur Community Outreach Program. That number needs to be changed since Councilman Canale just had a allocation to Methodist Le Bonheur. So the number will go from $23,000 to $18,000 to bring them to their full request of $30,000. And that line item from the ARPA Healthcare Navigator Initiative was chosen based on the amount of monies that was left over in the account, and it's still having that healthcare tie into. I didn't know I know they've been here before, Le Bonheur, but I didn't know if you all had any questions about their program, but also letting Councilman Smiley speak on it as well. But changing that from $23,000 to $18,000.
Councilman Smiley.
I will defer to Councilman Warren, and then I will ask the questions. I see Chief Ford back there looking somewhat complex, so I would be anxious to hear your thoughts as well.
Councilman Warren.
I'm just wondering if Councilman Canale gave that money from his council grant, would he prefer to take that back and let's use the ARPA funds to make this up if that's possible? And I think we need Ms. Ford to come up and tell us if that's the case. But he may want that back, so we may want to bring this to executive before we really vote on it. He may want to have those to go other places if we can use the ARPA funds for that purpose. Chief Ford, can you enlighten us?
Chief Ford, like she's going to give us some good news. No pressure.
By the smile. Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer at City of Memphis, 5343 Mason Road. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm looking at the last report that we gave for you. I'm going to speak first about the Healthcare Navigator because I think that's the point that you wanted to pull, and I do see them sitting right over here, so I'm not even going to turn around and look. So we do have part of you, and this was council allocations. Okay, so these were your allocations that you did have for the Healthcare Navigator. It was $1,071,640. We have committed that, but as of our last report, which I think was toward the middle of November for you, it had not been spent at that point. So it has been committed to the program, but it has not been spent. And I'm sure that Chief Sweat could give us any additional information on that as to the impact that taking money from that allocation would have on her program.
Chief Sweat?
Hey, I'm going to
Smile.
this really quickly.
The all benevolent Councilman Carlisle.
Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized. I'm going to move to amend this and take it out of my council grant allocation, and we're going to simplify this out.
The full 30?
The
23?
We needed 18, right? Canal is at 5.
23 now.
It's 23?
No, so 18, Canal gave 5, so we're back at 18.
Yeah,
right.
so 18,000 out of my council grant. What? I don't know, but we can amend it by that.
We can do that.
We're going to simplify this because I don't want to take from Healthcare Navigator, and let's just do it that way. Does that work?
All right.
I mean, I don't think Memphis Lamont would have any issue with
We'll reconcile
receiving
it. We can reconcile it by executive.
They have no
but
issues.
I'll fund the tranche out of my council grant allocation.
Okay. You already gave yours, Councilman Ford, and Councilman Canale, we still need yours. So that's
Okay, so Chair.
You already gave it.
I got whatever you need.
All right, so Chair, that would be, so since, hold on. So that would mean that Carlisle needs to have a resolution made with that grant allocation for 18,000, and we can take this off,
Well,
correct?
no, we can still use this.
Okay.
We're just changing the now therefore be it resolved where it's coming from. So it's just in a different format from the other ones that we have, but he's amended it so that now it's coming from his allocation. So it's just in a different format than everything else, than the previous ones that we approved. So we don't have to change it. We're just,
Thank you, Carlisle.
we'll just change it.
Teamwork makes dream work.
All right.
Okay, so colleagues, what we have before us is an amended resolution to reallocate and appropriate $18,000 to the Methodist Lubbock Community Outreach Program. So what you're voting on is an amended resolution, and the funding is coming from the council grant program, particularly from the allocation for Councilman Carlisle. Everybody clear what we voted on? All those in favor?
With same night minutes.
With same night minutes, yes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, next we have a presentation from the Memphis Police Department on its budgeted overtime. This will affect all council districts, requested by yours truly.
Saw you yesterday.
No, we got time. Hey, come on in.
Hey, man. Good morning. Guess I'll get turkey down. I think God was accept me. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. She gets all the time. Hey, sweetheart.
Yes, Fred?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Sean Jones, 170 North Main Street. With me, I have Deputy Chief Sharonda Hampton. She's over at Admin Services, and also have Mr. Vincent Eason. He's our finance manager as well. Mr. Eason, come on up. Sit over there, Mr. Eason. All right, so we're going to kind of tag team this as we move throughout the presentation. As we get started, basically what we want to do is just take a deep dive, look into the our overtime, our expenditure. We looked at it from the quarterly basis, from the monthly basis, and also from a 5-year view, just to see what our trends have been as it relates to the overtime expenditure. We looked at the use of overtime by employee groups, just to determine where the money was being spent from an organizational standpoint. We see that our civilians are responsible for 4% of our budget, and our police dispatchers are responsible for 6% of our overall overtime budget. on an annual basis, and 90% of that budget is related to the functions and the roles of those police officers throughout the organization, not just from the patrol functions, but where police officers are throughout the entire organization. When you look at it proportionally, and you see year over year, what you're going to see is that the patrol function, the police officer function throughout the organization spends the majority of the overtime amount of money. 19.9 is your high for 2022. When you look at the other 4 areas within the police department, they average about 2.6 to 2.7 million per year, contributing to the overall overtime average of about 26.5 million overall throughout the fiscal year. We'll talk more about that. As it relates to the spend of the overtime, we look at what drives that. Officers primarily, because quite naturally that's the largest group within the police department, followed by the sergeants that are within our investigative sections throughout the police department, whether they're in the field from a decentralized or in the centralized in headquarters. Then followed by the lieutenants, which are the supervisors, making sure that we have supervision for officers in the field. Just driving that. Next, when we look at by month, what we're going to see is that we have seasonal crime patterns. And our seasonal crime patterns actually drive the use of overtime. For example, let me start backwards and kind of go forward. When you start with June kind of starts our period, but typically June is when school is out. A lot of our crime kind of increases as school is out during that particular month. It circles back around to July when school is still out. It kind of levels off in August. Then as you get near the end of September, going into October, it begins to dip. As we move back towards the holiday season, it fluctuates right back up again. The patterns are the same pretty much throughout the year, but just varying amounts are being used for various periods. Quite naturally, when you look at 2020 and parts of 2021, you had the COVID months, so your number's going to be definitely lower, in some of those areas and stuff. But then as you move towards the holidays, again, it increases, for example, from November to December, pretty much to like after January 1st. The second, we're doing holiday details for crime. If you watch the news, you can see that we're in various shopping centers throughout the city just to make sure that we can reduce some of the theft crimes that are occurring in the community. So those are some of the things that we have to dedicate manpower to, and as a result of that, overtime is being spent to be able to do that. So the different things that are happening throughout the year kind of drive that. Also, we have a myriad of planned events and we have unplanned events. And we talk really about, some of the planned events that we have throughout the year. This is just a list of some of them. This is not all of them, but things like the Southern Heritage Football Classic. We have the traffic detail associated with that. Memphis in May. Of course, we just got finished with the St. Jude Marathon, which we have a myriad of personnel assigned to that. Faith in Blue, Slow Down Memphis details, where we try to keep the traffic and people, abiding by the traffic laws in the city. Beale Street, every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We have to dedicate manpower to that. Additional manpower, but especially during the summer months, because that's when it really grows throughout that summer month period of time, the population of people in that particular area. We have Africa in April, the Juneteenth celebration. We have an upcoming Liberty Bowl championship that we will have to also staff as well. That's going to be overtime, driving that as well. The Cooper Young Festival during the wintertime when we have cooling events, and during the summertime when we have to support the warming centers and the cooling centers during the summer months. Then we have annual in-service training where officers have to get updated training each and every year. They're taken away, but nonetheless, we have to fill in some of those slots in order to make sure that we can have proper complement, in the field. The King Parade, the Veterans Day Parade, of course, we have a lot of 5K and 10K runs occurring throughout the city. We support the Sheriff's Office as it relates to the Agri Center Fair. We supply manpower for that as well. The Memorial Day weekend, of course, quite naturally, July 4th is one of the big weekends here as well in the city. Again, Beale Street is inundated with people during that particular time. Of course, New Year's celebration, again, we're back in Beale Street and the various celebrations that are occurring during that particular time. We do all of the basketball and football games for the University of Memphis, the traffic details associated with that. Same thing with the Grizzlies. And it really just depends on how long does that season last for the Grizzlies. We do the Pride Parade, we do the Breast Cancer Walk, we do, and quite naturally, now Kojic has come back.
That was an opportunity for us to, I think about 6 in the morning to about 11 something at night, we had to make sure that that particular event was secured. And we had manpower that were dedicated to that to make sure, law enforcement manpower, just to make sure that we were able to secure that event. And upcoming, we're going to have the USFL Football League that's moving from Birmingham. That's going to be moving to our location. That's going to have a demand as well. Pretty much all their games will be on a Saturday occurring in the city, but I think they probably at least 3 games, I think, are played as it relates to that, but we will have to man that entire time. The ingress aspect of it, people coming in during the event itself, and the egress with people leaving out. We will have to man and make sure we have manpower available to all that, as well as do the other functions for law enforcement from a public safety standpoint. Then we also have some unplanned events. Just over to the left, you just see some of the historical stuff that some of you may be familiar with that may have occurred in the city. But our focus really on the fiscal year 23, the quarter 1. I think that's what kind of got us here today for the most part as it relates to the use of overtime. One of the things that we saw early on is that we had 2 major events early on in the first quarter that kind of drove some of our overtime. The first event was really a 4-day event. And we had people working at least a minimum of 16 hours a day, trying to really mitigate that particular situation. And some worked even longer than that in order to make sure that even after those 4 days, there was still ongoing activities that needed to occur that really, drove overtime for the most part. Then we had a second event that really required us to kind of hold officers over for a longer period of time in order to mitigate that in the city as well. So those are some of the unplanned events. Quite naturally, attrition is one of those things that have an impact on, manpower, making sure you're able to fill those seats that are the critical seats within the organization. So that is one of the impacts. Just on a daily basis, the work that we do as law enforcement officers is totally just really unpredictable. And you never know when you're going to get a late call, but each day we get late calls, and which means that officer, instead of that officer getting off at 3 o'clock p.m., they may be getting off at 4 or 5, whenever that particular incident that they're involved in, to make sure that is managed to completion. They're there during that time, and they're earning, overtime for that as well. But again, it's in the mindset of maintaining public safety. Then we have just general leave time when people take off vacation. It could be military leave. It could be a host of different leaves where people are out for a myriad of reasons. Then we have specialized training where we may send people, especially some of our investigators, off to training in other places, but then those gaps still have to be filled in organizationally in order to make sure that we continue to deliver on the level of services for our city. As we promote people within the organization, that's one of those unplanned per se, but as we promote sergeants and lieutenants, quite naturally the amount of pay goes up for those particular positions, and as they begin to burn overtime, they're burning that overtime now at a higher rate. Again, vacancies impact that, and increased salaries impact the use of our overtime. Just trying to really just give some perspective of it. So when you really look at it from a quarterly standpoint, from a 5-year or for a year-over-year, from 2018 to the present, basically what you see is about 30%. We spend about 30%. Our expenditure rate as it relates to the overtime each and every year for the most part. Again, we have an outlier this particular year, fiscal year, quarter 1, and each of these is based on the quarter per se. But this particular outlier, if you remember what I kind of talked about a moment ago, is that those 2 primary drivers, the increase of, we got a 5% increase this year, and that at the first quarter, so that's going to impact that. Then we had those events, those significant events to occur in the city that had, really upwards of 100 people trying to manage those events over 16 hours, and some, even greater than that. So quite naturally, that unplanned event drove it outside of its norm. Otherwise, we probably would have been closer to the norm of our normal expenditure on a monthly basis in comparison with the information you see in this chart. When you look at it each month, you look at the overtime, it fluctuates from year to year. There's no consistent pattern that you're going to see year over year per se, because unique things happen at inopportune times at various times throughout the year. So therefore, you're going to have those ebbs and flows from a year over year as it relates to the overtime expenditure. But again, some of the things that cause that impact would be your leave usage, your training, your sick leave, your administrative leave, military leave, attrition, promotions, planned events, and unplanned events. All that's driving that, but different things happening throughout the year kind of drive what it is. So it's no 2 years are the same. So when you look at it from a quarter one comparison, again, that's year over year. What we do see is the trend line that really shows a trajectory that, it's moving up, upward trend line if you see from year over year. But we did have 2 years, 20 and 21, 21 and 22, that we did have a dip per se as it relates from a quarterly spend. But again, it really just based on what those unplanned events that may occur during those particular times that cause for the drop. Excuse me. So again, our average is about $26 million a year. The dark blue line pretty much represent what we are budgeted each and every year for overtime. The lighter blue bar represents the actual spend of overtime each and every year. The fiscal year 23 is really a projection, assuming that you're moving at the same pace or your burn rate is the same throughout the year. That would be your projected spend rate. However, we do believe that there's possibility that we will be under that per se. Again, last year was an anomaly year as it relates to that. Typically, we get some reimbursements from the federal government. In fiscal year 22, we did not necessarily receive all of the reimbursements, from that particular year. But going forward, we think we are going to get that. We're going to recruit that. So that would have probably changed that line just a little bit in fiscal year 22. So it's right now it's like an outlier. But the fiscal year 23 is really just a projection. But we do believe that if it continues at the same burn rate, but we do believe that it will drop because as things normalize. We also, want to look at head count. We think it's just one of the factors, along with the other factors that, drive the use of overtime. You see, quite naturally, 2053 of the actual field positions that we have this year. We have a class graduating next week on the 15th that will be rolling out into the field. Then we have another class of about 50 that we're going to be putting in the academy on December 19th. So, and we have one class already in about week 8 in the police academy now of about 50 people, 53 people, currently. But that do drive our overtime. And you can see from year to year what our numbers were and what our vacancies are. But quite naturally, your vacancies do drive your overtime spend. But there are other myriad of factors that factor into it as well. And that's really it. Now I'll take any questions.
Councilman Carlisle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, I'm kind of going to go rapid fire here, just so we can keep the day moving. So I'm just going to go. All right, let's just talk about reimbursements. You mentioned that. What is the police department's policy on whether or not we the taxpayer, pick up the cost of an event versus charging that event or that organization for reimbursements?
Well, we say an organization. So when I talk about reimbursement, so I talk about two.
Yeah,
so
I'm not talking about federal. I'm not talking about federal agency. I'm not talking about FEMA. I'm talking about I'm throwing a party.
Right.
It's large, and now the police department has to come out because it's in the interest of public safety. What is the policy for that?
So what I do know is that we are supposed to receive reimbursement for some of the law enforcement activities that we provide to various entities. I say it that way.
All right, can I get a copy of that written policy? If it's not written, write it. Yeah. I want to see it. Okay. I hear you. Look, there are large events, St. Jude Marathon, right? Like ALSAC raises the largest fundraising event. There's tons of economic impact. The cost benefit is, it'd be great to get them to pay some of it. They probably do, but it outweighs the benefit of the city. We should do it, right? Public safety. I get that, but I'd like to understand more specifically what that is. There's a series of events that occur, and I want to know how that's determined.
Right.
Where are we? And I appreciate what you're saying. I hear you. I'm not trying to pin you down. That's why I'd like to see it. And we talk offline. I ain't trying to call anybody out. Where are we in the reserve program and utilizing those individuals and growing that piece of that?
Yeah, so
to supplement.
Yeah, right. So what we've done is we brought, I think, the first 15 or 16 on board. already. They're being indoctrinated now. They have to go through some training. And once they go through the training, we're going to go ahead and put them in their assigned location. So that is something that's actively going on as we speak.
15 or 6, I mean, everybody counts.
So the goal is going to be about 33. So we're going to start with about 33 individuals to kind of augment us first, get that fine-tuned, then we'll see what adjustments we might need to make as we move down the road.
I mean, my issue is like I think about, and I know that we're talking more event stuff, right? Like easy, not trying to put anybody in significant harm's way, free up our younger commission officers. Like I get the point, but like we spend so many resources on things like Beale Street is important, the fact that people feel safe, but like it's a congregation event, right? Versus like the amount of officers that are sitting there versus blocks away in and around the downtown area, right? Like you go back for better or for worse and you look at how Times Square was handled up into Broadway and having officers in and around those tourism areas every block versus right there. And I understand that when you have a large amounts of people on high volume nights, a barrier falling over in an immediate stampede is an immediate problem that requires, but utilizing that as an example, like one of those things that like it's got to change. The way we've always done it's not working. Like that's a problem for downtown in particular. And to that point, how do we work as an agency shared responsibility for things that are like Beale Street or like Memphis and May? I mean, that Memphis and May is probably an outlier because it's so large, but we have Tennessee Highway Patrol, we have the multi-agency gang unit, we have our Memphis police officers, we have the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. We have the option to utilize private security through the Downtown Memphis Commission, who is responsible for the management of Beale Street. And so I guess I'm asking, how do we determine the shared responsibilities to alleviate some of these issues? Oh, and we also have our traffic officers, our PTOs. So walk me through that.
Right. So what I know is that, we, for various events, we do work closely with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. They assist us in working in some of those areas, especially as we have large events. Quite naturally, Beale Street now, they employ security guards to work as the individuals going ingress and egress into that area each week. So we are working in partnership with them. There's a collaboration, but nonetheless, there's a public safety responsibility. Some of what you said, we're not just there in that immediate footprint. We have a responsibility that takes us beyond that to make sure that, public safety is maintained from cars being broken into and people being assaulted as they traverse back and forth through that area. So we are doing some of those things, what you're talking about. Maybe we can do more, but we are doing those things that you're talking about.
And I ain't opposed to, look, we make our C-suite and our upper management go run the grill station and sweep the floor every now and then too, just keep skills sharp. So I ain't opposed to getting the senior brass out into the field either. No, I'm just messing with you. And then this is something that we've talked about a little bit, and we don't have to broach it today just out of the sake of time. But internal policies and procedures that we want to change and implement in order to free our officers up, specifically patrol and in the field. I'd like to have a conversation. We can have it offline. I mean, if you feel like you want to come back for it, we can have it more in the public. But it's something that we talked about probably 4 or 5 months ago, and I'd like to see where we are in that implementation and how that's going, how that's being received. And then my only other question for you, if you'll send me the information, is you broke it down for lieutenant sergeant and patrolman, but I'd be curious to know. I mean, the majority of that is
those are
on the ground.
Yeah, non-exempt employees. Exempt employees don't get it.
Gotcha. Right. All right. Again, I know it's a bear. We got 350 square miles. We have a city that at times can pop up. We've got large events. But I mean, it's just a lot of money. And the other, last thing I'll ask is I'd like to see our sick leave policy. Because one of the things that I can see just real quick, even though it's a very high level graph, Q2 runs around Christmas time every year. And I'm not saying that people don't need a break, but for some reason, that amount of sick leave or PTO crushes our overtime because we are required to maintain those staffing levels. And I'm not trying to dice it up with Covington and Esseca, but it is a real reality of the situation. Not to mention, to the point of our earlier presentation on crime, there are certain times of the year where it starts to pick up. And so, you know, just being cognizant of that, I'm hoping that we can maybe find a way to work out a deal where every year we're not having, you know, 4th of July and the day before Christmas turn into everybody getting sick. So, thank you.
Right. Can I respond to a couple of?
Yes, please.
Okay. CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. To a couple of your points, council member, overtime comes at a huge price tag for the Memphis Police Department because we do so many in-kind services. Everything from funeral escorts that most cities don't do for free. And I'm not saying it because my council member's here. It's just the nature of the culture, you know, of the city. But it comes at a cost, you know, to the police department. It comes at a cost when we have conferences, conventions, games. All of that is in kind. All of it is in kind. When we have road races, most cities get some type of support when we have all of these types of events that require public safety. So the overtime comes at a heavy price tag. And I'm not saying that we have to change it. I just know we need to all understand it. And if that's what we agree to, next year's events, Southern Heritage Classic, Kojic, all of those other events are going to cost us. Sick time abuse, big problem.
Big problem. We've
been working on sick time abuse. The city has policies, the police department has policies, and we're working to bring sick people back to work when they're ready to come back to work and find ways to have better oversight on legitimate sick leave and people who are actually abusing sick leave, because it's not fair to the people who come to work every day.
No doubt about it. And mainly, again, taxpayers. Like, I think you said it best, which is, and one of my phrases, like everyone that's ever been up here and for any organizational, like it's just the way we've always done it. Mm-hmm. Like that's not palatable for me anymore. Yeah. And again, I want to be fair, but I think the first step is for us to understand how those decisions are made and try and craft some policy with some discretion that at least we can understand what's like how and what that overtime is costing us, right? Like I would tell you that the economic impact and the cultural impact of the Southern Heritage Classic is probably worth it, right? But I don't know that, you know, Little Billy's 5K, right, as important as it is to maybe that organization is worth it, right? So mainly it's just understanding how we make those decisions. So, and look, I got it. If I send somebody $100,000 bill for police, that may be the end of their 501c3.
Yeah.
So again, it's just the first step is I'd like to understand it more. And I know that that's not all of it. Really what it comes down to is the fact that we, to your point, have 2,000 officers. We have 3 shifts. We've got, I mean, Crow has walked me through this math more times than I can count because it's important to understand. But anyway, I'll be quiet.
And we're certainly open, and I'm certainly open to have conversations, deeper conversations about the overall issue of overtime as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Colleagues, any other questions? Before we move on, colleagues, I asked for this presentation because what's included in this presentation here, think that during our budget update that was provided by Chief Ford, we looked at the fact that overtime in the first quarter had come in at such an outlier type of number. I just wanted us to have an idea of what that was going to be, and if we continued at this pace, what will we be looking at for this entire year with everything being so high for the first quarter. Now, I know we still are in the middle of the second quarter, but how are we trending with that?
I think we're 14.7%.
Yeah, we're around 62%.
60%. Well,
okay.
Overall, but
also, Chairman,
for the
I would
quarter.
like to remind you that we also suffered a...
Well, can you, for the...
Mike,
yes.
Mr. Eason.
In addition, we're around 62%, I think, at the end of November. But in addition, our adopted budget was reduced almost $1 million. So that will also impact
that's being raised. It will be higher because we had less budget.
Okay, if you could just state your name and address.
I'm sorry, Vincent Easton, Finance Manager, MPD, 170 North Main.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Easton. Deputy Jones, you talked about the 2 events. What were those events? I just see it listed here.
So we had a kidnapping that occurred. Then we had an incident where we have an active shooter throughout the city where they do a lockdown.
Yeah, okay. So, that's, to hear that there and just as events, but then hear the explanation of it. Look, say no more. Right. say no more. But colleagues, any other questions? Well, thank you for this. Like I said, it was just looking at the first quarter numbers being so high. I just wanted us to have just an idea. And to your point, Chief Davis, it's just a discussion we need to have. Look, we've set a certain amount of expectations for this community. If that's what this community expects, fine. But we have to essentially say, hey, well, we want these things and we're providing them just as a courtesy for public safety in this community, but that's affecting our overtime. And we need to make that trade-off. If the public is fine doing it, I say we continue doing so. We just know, I guess, the truth and labeling behind all of this that's taking place.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, next we will have a similar presentation from the Memphis Fire Department on its budgeted overtime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I need actual. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chief, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thanks for having me. Welcome, Councilwoman Spurgeon. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss our overtime and already been.
Is the mic on? The green light?
Good.
Okay.
Here's better. I'm used to yelling out in the field, so I hope, is that better?
Yes.
All right, so I just appreciate the opportunity to explain how our overtime works. And some of the points have already been covered. It's to provide the public safety perspective that our citizens have grown to expect. It does take a large amount of resources and staffing, but you kind of have to understand what our staffing looks like to get there. So just going over just really quickly through these slides, our purpose is to provide the right emergency response promptly and accurately every day. Now, our citizens expect that, and all of you know that we're a Class 1 fire department, which means that we do that very well. We also know that 85% of our call volume is EMS related, and those are oftentimes life-threatening information incidents, so it's very critical that we have the right resources and get there in a timely fashion. So what does the fire department do? So we are what you call a all hazards department. That means we don't not only respond to fires and emergency medical services, but we also vehicle accidents, which continue to rise on our streets. Our response rate to those have increased significantly over the last few years. Hazardous materials, technical rescues, natural disasters, some of the weather events we have to respond to, active shooter, and civil unrest. So this call for in 2021, because we actually we kind of gather this information on a calendar year basis. Everything else I'll present will be on a fiscal year basis so that it kind of correlates with the budget. But this number, this continues to rise. It says 2 to 3% there every year, but this year it looks like we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 6% increase on our call volume for this year. And as you see there, about 85% of that is EMS related. So what does it take to do that? Right now, we call these the field ops, boots on the ground. What it takes to actually do emergency response. We have 57 fire stations, 51 engines. We have 4 Quint companies, which actually operate both as an engine and an aerial. 21 truck companies. Those are the ones with the ladder, for those that don't know. Emergency medical units. You see, we only have 34 ambulances that cover the entire city. So how do we do what we do with only 34 ambulances? And that's because we have an ALS support company, the engines and trucks. We put at least 57 of those companies every day have ALS capability, which means they have paramedics on board with all the equipment to render medical care. They can do everything that an ambulance can do except transport. So that's how we're able to, you'll probably get asked sometimes, I called for an ambulance, why did a fire truck show up? That's probably one of the number one questions I get asked. And the question, that is because we only have 34 ambulances and they stay pretty much around the clock busy 24/7. So you get an engine or a truck shows up because you have the same personnel that are well-trained, paramedics, EMTs, to actually render care and to stabilize that patient until an ambulance frees up to be able to transform to the hospital. And sometimes if the nature of the call is so severe, we'll send that extra company for manpower, especially for do like CPR and everything. Those are very labor-intensive things. So that's why, if you get asked that, that's why a fire truck shows up instead of an ambulance sometimes. We do all that with our commissioned fire and EMS personnel. That's 1,623 when we're fully staffed. We have 150 civilian personnel supporting those operations. So a total of 1,773. We currently have, I knew this was going to be a question I usually get asked. We currently have 47 vacancies. And we have a class, we'll get into a little bit later, we have a class of 117 personnel left in the training academy at this time. So you see there, it takes 4 personnel for a fire engine and a fire truck to be in service and to be able to respond. And that's based on some national standard data that I'm going to go over into a little bit. And ambulance personnel requires 2 people on an ambulance for it to be in service. So why am I telling you all this? I'm telling you all this because we have minimum staffing requirements that we have to have on engines, trucks, ambulances to be able to respond in the timely fashion, in the manner in which our citizens have grown accustomed to, and we do that very well. We do that because we strive to meet National Fire Protection Association 1710 is the Bible, for lack of a better word, for response for the fire service. It lays out how we should respond, what number of resources we should have, the time frames we should respond in to be able to mitigate the emergencies we respond to, but also to be able to do that in a safe and healthy manner for our first responders and our fire and EMS personnel. So I have sent a link to, and they'll share with the rest of the council, to the full standard. If you're really, really having trouble going to sleep one night and you want to read it and try to figure it out, I encourage you to do so. It's a technical data, but it does explain pretty much how we should operate and how we should respond. NFPA sets out 3 hazard levels that we send fire apparatus to: low hazard, medium hazard, and high hazard. And they set guidelines for response, the number of personnel that we should send to safely mitigate the incident. And those are the standards. We actually meet or exceed those standards on our initial response to residential and commercial fires in the city of Memphis. And we do that. NFPA recommends at a minimum of having 4 personnel staffing. On some of the other high volume or target or high hazards, they actually recommend more than that. In the city of Memphis, we have the minimum staffing of 4 on our engines and trucks every day. And you see some other national organizations also recommend a minimum of 4 and up to a minimum of 5. So that is what we do. We also have in our MOU with Local 1784, it mandates that we maintain minimum staffing of 4 personnel on this piece of equipment. More performance objectives. I'm not going to get too deep into these. Just to let you know, we do pretty well on these as well. But NFPA, we have processing times from, I call it hello to hello. With my team, it's like from the time we answer the phone till we show up on your doorstep. Each one of those events, there is a standard for that, and we measure against that and try to hold our people accountable. And when we see areas that's how we continue to drive our response times to make sure that they're on target. Basically, from the time that the dispatch center dispatches on we'll say a fire call, the firefighters have 80 seconds, so they're supposed to get all their equipment on, get on the apparatus, and depart the fire station. On top of that, for most low to medium hazards, the first arriving should get there within 4 minutes of travel time, and the rest of the rest of the companies that are responding to that should be there within 8 minutes. So you see there for low hazard, they recommend getting 15 firefighters on the scene within that 8-minute time mark of departing the station, and that goes up depending on the size of the structure and the type of hazard involved. And here's just a depiction. I know probably all of you have driven by a fire scene and seen a bunch of fire trucks, and it looks like a bunch of firefighters running around. Sometimes they call it chaos. Others refer to chaos means the chief has arrived on the scene. So it may look like chaos, but trust me when I tell you it is very organized. Every person on that scene, depending on which apparatus they're on and where they sit on that apparatus, have a very specific duty that they're assigned to do. It's very coordinated. And this link. I've also sent you a link that explains the science behind why we do that, why it has to be coordinated, and why if you do putting that many firefighters on the scene doing the work simultaneously saves lives, it saves property, and it also reduces the impact on the health and well-being of our firefighters. So these standards are not something that Chief Switt decided is a good idea for Memphis. These are based on science and research, and this particular report was co-authored by the fire administrator, Dr. Lori Moore Morrell, who happened to get her start here in Memphis, Tennessee. All right, so that was a lot. That was 1710, about as fast as anybody can explain it, because I trust me, it is a very complicated document for us to navigate. But the overtime trend is what brought us here today. You see here, this is year over the last, since FY18, just basically our adopted budget versus our overtime accrual. So, as you see this year, that is year to date, we are basically at our budget so far. And if you just take this one element out, it looks pretty grim. But you have to understand the factors that drive overtime. That is basically the number of personnel we have available to staff the apparatus on the streets, in addition to support operations like the training center, the healthcare navigators, the administration, those type of things also take firefighters off the street when we have large classes and things like that. So moving on. What we like to do, so you have to take, if a firefighter is not available, say one resigns, until we get that hired and trained up, that creates overtime in the field. But also, we have to net the entire personnel cost, because the full-time salary that we would have paid for that personnel, we're not paying. So we kind of like to look at overtime as it relates to the total full-time salary line and those expenditures to kind of net out the difference. So if you look here, while our overtime numbers look fairly grim, if you look at our FY23 through the end of November, we're at about at 43% of our budget, which is not too bad at this point. So What has caused the uptick in overtime? If you look at this, the great resignation has hit the fire department hard. Since COVID, it has hit us hard. A lot of our firefighters, they're all medically trained. They become paramedics, and it is just a short hop, skip, and a jump to being a nurse after that. So as you see, people are leaving, going to other medical fields. They're leaving, going to other fire departments who have less call volume that actually pay the same or more, and a lot of those are local departments. So these are some of the reasons why people are leaving. One of the huge drivers why we're losing them is they're not able to pass all the EMS curriculum that they're required to get within their first 5 years of service with the city of Memphis. That is a problem that we're still trying to address. But between COVID and that, people not passing their EMS certifications, that's what's kind of created this perfect storm of overtime the last 2 years. And just in case you were curious about why they're leaving, as you see here, this is just a breakdown of that. Some of these that we planned for, but these numbers, the retirements, people in the drop, we do use that number to predict and plan for hiring classes and things like that. But what has happened is the resignations, and a lot of those are created simply by recruits not being able to complete their EMS curriculum, not getting their certifications back. We have put some programs in place that even if they leave, if they don't get their certification, once they get their required certification, they can come back under the rehire policy. We do get a few back through that. But and the question we get sometimes is, well, why do you make them become EMTs if we're having trouble getting through the curriculum? Why do you make them become paramedics? Well, the answer quite simply is, if you look at that call volume, 85% of what we do is EMS. So we need those certified individuals to actually do the work now. That number continues to grow year over year. And this was interesting. So these are the two slides I showed you earlier, but if you drop the gold line on top of the gold line, you see your separations by fiscal year kind of correlates right on top of how the increase in overtime. Now, the 258 that we lost last year and the 180 the year before that, those are the highest numbers that I recall in my 30-year history with the fire department. So these are, and these numbers, even before that, the numbers were trending extremely high, but in the last 2 years is the highest I've ever seen. So that, with the factor of not being able to hire enough people to fill the funnel up fast enough, is kind of what got us to this overtime increase the last couple of years. So speaking of the classes, this will give you an idea. This is just the 6 classes that we've hired since the first of 2021. You'll notice a couple of things that stand out here, and I want to make particular class 120, the one on the end. We started a class of 125 in September. That class is still in session. They will not get out until the second week of January. We have 117 of those left, so they're not actually filling those overtime spots in the field as of yet. So that should help us some with our overtime when they get out. We do plan to follow up with another class in February to try to make up for the gap that we're seeing. But if you notice the classes that have an LDOM, those are our lateral hiring programs. We've talked about that some. Those are fire people that we hire that already have their firefighter certification and some of their EMS certifications, a minimum of a EMT basic. A lot of them already have their paramedic. So we get them in. Their training time is shorter. They already have their EMS certification, so we don't lose them because of that EMS certification problem. We do, however, sometimes they get here, they don't fit into our culture, they get homesick, or quite honestly, they come here and get experience for 3 or 4 years and go back home and get a job with their hometown fire department. But the beauty of that is we haven't invested as much training time in them on the front end, so that's kind of a win-win situation for us both. But we do have a lot higher pass rate when those lateral classes come in town and move to our city. That's just one of our issues that we're still working through. Class 120 does have a mix of personnel that are just recruits that come on that have absolutely no certifications, and we do have a nice mix of people in there, some that already have some of the EMS certifications, and that is part of our plan moving forward is to try to hire more people who already have at least an EMT basic or more, and the next class in February, we already got 61 recruits on board that at least have an EMT basic. So what are we doing for recruitment and retention? Y'all are very familiar with the retention bonus program, 9% retention bonus that they can sign up for either 2 to 5 years. We have just over 1,400 of our fire and EMS personnel who signed up for that retention bonus. So our hope is that that's going to stop the bleed somewhat. So I appreciate the council supporting that initiative. I appreciate the fire and police organizations for passing the referendum to make this possible. And we do hope that that's going to start helping with it. The last 2 years, we've got FY22 and 23, the 3% raise, which also helps. And we're also working on several hiring initiatives. I've mentioned the lateral program. Also mentioned that we're now starting to hire people who already have an EMS certification. We're kind of fast tracking them through the hiring process. They're not being pulled with just people who don't have any certifications. So we hope to start seeing some fruits from that. Historically, I keep going back to 30 years. I guess I just like talking about that I've had 30 years on the department, but makes me seem very old. Historically, we have always had 2 classes a year. And the last 4 or 5 years, those days are over. I think we're looking now at hiring smaller classes quarterly to get them into the system faster and fill these gaps faster before it does create, so to kind of close that overtime gap sooner than later. When you only have 2 classes, it takes at least 6 months from a person leaves. We have hiring bonuses and housing assistance programs that we've started. We brought the recruitment in-house. So I have my own recruitment team, and as you know, we built out our own recruitment center. We're recruiting in fire colleges, at the big conferences, at the regional EMS colleges to get EMTs and stuff, and some of the programs with our youth, the Cadets Explorer program and the HERVO program there's a partnership with the Girl Scouts. Future classes, to also help fill this gap, Class 1 for 21 starts in February. Our goal is to get 100 in that class. We seem to be on target. And we will monitor our attrition between now and we determine what size that April class will be. But the idea is to hire enough people to replace the vacancies at that time. And remind you, they're going to be in class 4 months, so we try to overhire so that at the end of that class, when they hit the streets, we try to get as close to 0 vacancies as possible. So that is our plan. That's kind of what drives overtime. Much like police, when we have leave time that people use, all of those things, it takes 407 response personnel on the streets every day to actually staff all of our fire engines, trucks, ambulances, and chief officers to provide that response that your constituents are all used to. So we try to hire enough people to adapt to the leave time that they're using to get as close to the least amount of overtime as possible. And I'll just bring one other factor that does affect our overtime differently than police is FLSA. Because of our 56-hour work week, there is overtime that is built into their work schedule that they get paid even if we are completely staffed and we didn't have to call anybody back. And that actually hits our budget for around $1 million every year just by our work schedule alone. So those are kind of some high points. I welcome any questions at this time. I know we may be running short on time, so anybody that wants to meet or talk about any of these issues offline, I'm happy to do that as well.
Okay, thanks, Director, for that. We have questions from Councilman Warren and Councilman Canale.
Hey, thanks, Chief. Just 2 things. I want to talk to you offline about your graduation rate as far as EMT certification and see where the issues may be there. And I guess the other thing I didn't quite understand, if you have a 56-hour work week, are they doing 56 hours every week? Or is 56 hours this week, so you have to pay for overtime because it's within a week? Is that how that works?
It's a little more complicated than that.
Yeah.
So basically, we work 24 shifts. We work a 24, off 20, work 20. We work 3 shifts, then we're off 4 days. So we end up working 9 to 10, 24-hour shifts a month. The 9 24, so it averages out to a 56-hour work week once you figure it out for the whole month.
Okay, thank you.
So, and once it goes over that, then there's some built-in overtime depending on how many shifts they work in that month.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the presentation, for being here. Do you do exit interviews from the resigned, especially for FY22 and the 46 we've lost this year?
We have, we do them now on everyone as long as we can. We have done, they've been a little sporadic in the past. Sometimes people don't actually do those interviews, but we have started gathering that data a little more, been more mindful of that.
So I'd just be curious, because FY23 is tracking to be another high year for separations through resignation. If they tell you if is pay and benefits a bigger obstacle or is workload?
I would say it's some of both.
Okay.
And sometimes, I would say the biggest obstacle is them not passing their certifications.
Okay.
That is the biggest. So sometimes when you look at the exit interview, they will say it's workload and pay, but they actually didn't pass their EMT certification, so they had to leave, resign in lieu of being terminated.
Okay, when we get closer to the end of FY23, if you could give us just an overview, if there's anything glaring that a lot of them are saying over and over again, we'd like to know that.
They for the other than not passing their certifications, they will reference the pay and the workload.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, Chief.
Well, I have a few questions, but first let me thank you for this presentation. I found this to be helpful prior to going into budget. I know budget is just around the corner a little bit, but the information that you've provided has been helpful. First question that I have is this is the all hazards department. Have we always been an all hazard department? We have?
Yes, sir. I would say, I wouldn't say always, but as long as far back as I can remember. We started doing actual EMS in 1966.
Okay, because you mentioned also that, and it was a question for me. I remember when I was growing up here, I don't remember what would be a fire unit going on calls all the time with an ambulance. But when I went to D.C., it was standard practice. But then once I got back, I saw that taking place. Now, but my question is, do we need more ambulances though? What would be? Are we at the national standard, or is there an optimal number that we would need if we're at 34 right now for the entire city?
Obviously, that would be a budgetary impact.
You're talking to the funding group,
but we have not increased our ambulance response in a number of years. What we have done is the Healthcare Navigator program that has putting that program in place has taken some of the boots off the ground, out of the response to be able to do that work. So I believe that there may be an opportunity there to get additional staffing to be able to do that. But the thought was the Healthcare Navigators is supposed to help with the low acuity calls, the people that are not emergent. The fact is, the more resources we throw at it, the bigger the monster becomes. So that before we come back to budget, we will probably have a recommendation for that. But there's capital costs included in putting other ambulances in service and those type of things. So we may be at the point where we've thrown everything else at it we can to try to help with the workload, and we may need to look at adding some ambulances, either peak time ambulances or 24/7.
Okay, and then and I'll just excuse me, I'll just throw this out there. It was helpful in your presentation and some of the explanations, because when I just sheerly look at the numbers, and what I'm talking about now are the staffing numbers. When I looked at 47 vacancies of what would be a full complement of 1670, that only accounted for about less than 3%. So I was saying 3% where we have a staffing issue is accounting for this different number or this exceeding overtime allotment for this point in the quarter when I compared it to police. Well, their 247 is 10%. So, but your explanation helps provide a little clarity along those lines. And I don't have any other notes. That is it. Colleagues, any other questions? Councilman Ford. Microphone, please.
Sorry about that. I'm going to be quick. A little history. You said you went back to 1966.
1966 when we started doing EMS, the year I was born.
Exactly. You know, history, funeral homes, we were the emergency. We did all of the work until you all came in back in 1966. I'm kind of telling my age. Kind of old. But we did all the emergencies, everything else. We do not miss it.
Well, we're trying our best not to send any more customers.
Well, I'm going to give you another little history. When they first came in, they told all the funeral homes. But like I said, we made every scene. We did it all. We had oxygen. We had everything on our ambulances. Wow. Okay? Everything. We did it. But when they came in, they told us we didn't know what we were doing. Which was okay. 2 weeks later, fire department went on strike. They had to call us back. We said, but we don't know what we're doing. I just want to bring that up, but hey, we do not miss it at all. Hey, and you all are doing a great job. And let me just say, ambulance calls, things like that, was $5. I know y'all have problems trying to collect what the fee is today. It was hard for us to collect $5 during that time back in 1966. Yeah, but y'all keep the job up. I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Roberts.
I just want to say you all are doing a phenomenal job. Will you share with the council at some point when you have false calls and you're charging people how much money we get to offset some of your budget so that we can understand that offset? And we may need to look at that a little closer because it could provide us for additional funds for your overtime.
Okay, and thank you you jarred my memory there because I'm getting older too, Councilman. Not as old as you, but I'm getting older. But we are working with legal and I believe police also on a city ordinance. Police can charge for certain permitted events now to provide police presence. There is no mechanism in city ordinance right now for the extra fire personnel, the EMS personnel that creates and that's overtime on our behalf. Also, fire prevention inspectors have to go out and check some of these. So we will be coming back to council after we review that ordinance and asking to add the fire department to be able to charge some of these vendors for the extra overtime that it costs the city for them to host their events in town. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Seeing no more questions, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, this committee is adjourned. Meeting of the Memphis City Council's Public Services, Art, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee. Councilman Carlisle is not here, neither is Councilman Morgan, so I'm just filling in for them, but we only have one resolution, and that is, will you call the roll, please, Ms. Owens?
Councilwoman Johnson.
Councilman Carlisle is not here, neither is Councilman Morgan, so I'm just filling in for them, but we only have one resolution, and that is, will you call the roll, please, Ms. Owens?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Jones.
Here. Colleagues, we have one item, a resolution to accept the donation of the Liberty Park Gold Star Families Memorial Monument from the Woody Williams Foundation and the Liberty Park Gold Star Families Memorial Monument Committee. You have the resolution before you. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, you're here.
I bet you said it. We'll go.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Was out late last night. Hear me.
Turn up.
Because of him.
Upside down.
Because of him. Will you please call the roll?
All right. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
Barely. I'm here though.
Chair Robinson.
Present. We have two items on our agenda today. The first item is a resolution authorizing final payment of fiscal year 2023 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division's gas system and total distribution of the fiscal 2023 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee. All council districts sponsored by the MLGW committee, and I'd like Mr. Wade to please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is our annual resolution to have MLG&W pay to the city and all taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County a payment in lieu of ad valorem taxes. As you know, they are tax exempt, but by statute in our charter, they are required to pay a payment in lieu of tax to the taxing jurisdictions. This calculation is made in two parts. One is an ad valorem calculation, and the other is a revenue calculation. The state law somewhat limits what we can have MLG&W pay. It uses a formula which is based on a book value formula, which is different than our charter. Our charter allows us to charge an amount as if it were a tax-paying entity, which is based on the full value of the entity as opposed to the book value. But what you have before you is a resolution that authorizes the total payment to all jurisdictions. That amount has to be broken down, and I will provide you with a more detailed calculation of the electric and the gas, but right now we're talking about electric, at our next meeting. So what this is doing is putting this on our agenda for the next meeting, and I would request that we have same night minutes so that these payments can be made before the end of this calendar year.
Okay, well, I have two questions. One, we're doing gas now, and you just said electric. Okay. And then you want same night minutes next week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that. Council members who have any questions? Yes.
So to your, just so that I'm crystal clear, what you're saying is to the point of, like in electric, it says, shall not exceed 47 million and change. That 47 million or whatever that total becomes, you will then, that's lump, and then you will then
allocate among all the taxing jurisdictions.
Which
by a formula
like
that's
Shelby
prescribed
County,
by our charter and by statute. I estimate that our portion will probably be 40. Our portion will probably be 40 million on the electric.
And one more just dumb question. Did you say jurisdictions? I mean, obviously I know the county government.
There's six.
That's what
there are 6 municipalities and 1 county, George.
Thanks.
We've been in litigation over this. I don't want to go into a whole lot of discussion about that, but you know, I think this council has historically not been in agreement with an overlapping tax rate that our taxpayers pay twice for the same services. So, you know, this is somewhat of a complicated analysis, and I'd have to give you the background in an attorney-client, but I will be able to give you the detail at the next meeting.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Yeah, I would say if the municipalities want representation on MLGW board, happy to do it through their representative Shelby County government. So.
Well, I don't think they're in sync with Shelby County government either, because Shelby County basically wants an override over everybody else's tax rate. And you know, that may be appropriate for general government. It may not be either, but it is not necessarily appropriate for the utility, which we own, which you have on your agenda 24 times a year, management issues and fiscal issues. We have to also deal with when people want to place fuel lines in our rights-of-way, and, you know, there are a whole lot of issues that we deal with that the other people don't deal with, and I think it's unfair for our taxpayers to pay twice for those services.
I agree. Mayor Palazzolo probably should have been more open to the idea of consolidation if you wanted representation on MLGW's board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones?
Mr. Wade, will you talk about, you said that the formula is based upon a certain rate and then revenues versus book value.
Yes.
Talk about the book value aspect of it.
Okay, so by law, there is a segment on the MLG&W budget, which is the net plant value, which is only the operating portion of their budget that deals with gas and electric. That is done by book value. Our charter, if you remember in 2016, we amended it to reinstate a provision that the Tennessee courts repealed, which basically allows us for our portion to use the unit value, which looks at the whole value of MLG&W's gas and electric. So for us, we do get the benefit of that upper value.
And so if we were looking at book value, once we would, in most instances, we'd be looking at a declining value every year because of the value of depreciation, correct?
That is absolutely correct. And I think there are 2 municipalities this year, Germantown and maybe another one, who did not have a lot of new construction in their jurisdiction, so their balances went down.
Okay.
Ours went up.
Right, because we're based upon revenue, and we're not looking at book value, because if you depreciate it,
yes,
at some point the asset would be zero, and we would be collecting nothing.
And then there is a portion of the calculation that gives you 4% of the 3-year average of gas revenues and electric revenues. That, I think, is more in key, and that was done by TVA originally. It was replicated in the gas statute, but I think that's a recognition that even using the unit value, you're still using somewhat of a book value analysis. Those revenues give you some additional value to recognize that calculation may not be a full fair market value. We don't have, and we've never had, a full appraisal of what is these utilities worth. And in the absence of that, we have to use whatever information that we have that's readily ascertainable.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jeans, did you have something you wanted to add? Will you please come to the mic?
Yes, Dana Jeans, MLGW CFO. Just in clarification of Chairman Jones' comments, we're all the time adding plant. So it's not simply we're depreciating plant to zero. There's always replacements and new additions coming on as well. So,
but in an ideal world, if we didn't have any new plant at some point, granted it's 20, 30 years that we're depreciating, because with our infrastructure plan, it's going to cause that book value to go up on certain assets, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Attorney Wade, we would like to have an attorney-client privilege meeting to talk about how the pallet dollars are delineated, because if each municipality, including us, get a piece of the pie, how does Shelby County get on too when they represent all of us? They double dipping in my purview.
I can address that.
Okay, so you can address that here?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so please schedule to do that at our next meeting.
I will assure you that I am very hawkish on them not getting any more than they're entitled to.
Well, I need to understand why they're entitled to anything. Okay? Thank you. Council members, are there any other questions? All in favor? We hadn't gotten a motion. I need a motion and a second, please. Who motioned it?
Carlisle.
Okay. And Jones, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Item number 2 is a resolution authorizing final payment of the fiscal 2023 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division's electric system and toll distribution of the fiscal year 2023 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts, sponsored by MLTW Committee. Can I get it moved, please?
Move. Second.
Thank you. Attorney Wade.
I think the same analysis applies here. It's the same sort of analysis, and I will be able to explain it in more detail at our next attorney-client meeting. So I think you can move it, and we need same-night meeting minutes next time.
Next time. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, council members? Okay. You have one? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I just make a
one other
parenthetical comment.
Yes.
To Chairman Jones' question, this year we anticipate that the payment to us will be higher, and that's simply because of the additions to the system. There were some additions that made that payment more higher. Obviously, the more construction they do, the bigger our payment will be. So, but it also has a corresponding cost where you have to borrow the money to do it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
How do you take depreciation? Is it straight line, or can you accelerate it, or is there how's it regulated for a utility?
We use straight line depreciation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. This meeting is now adjourned.
All right,
one, and we're going to call the Memphis Park and Environment Committee to order. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Warren.
Present.
$25.99 Avery. Essentially, what we did, we went through and looked at all old allocated projects. Several of them were appropriated. A large number of them had not been appropriated. And what this resolution aims to do is consolidate many closed projects or non-started projects into current projects. And so the largest two buckets are $3 million, which would be added to the construction cost for the Lester Community Center, and then a little over $1 million, or a little less than $1 million, which would go toward the Rodney Baber Resiliency Project, currently being undertaken by the Department of Planning and Development with a federal grant. The remaining funds we would go ahead and appropriate $600,000 to do HVAC repair work at the Pink Palace as a part of MOSH, and then consolidate many smaller dollar amounts to a little less than $300,000 towards existing parks projects. So that is typically what we refer to as the cover line, where we go and make repairs in parks. At the last council meeting, Councilwoman Johnson had wanted just a little more information on it. We spoke with her. I'm hopeful, Councilwoman, that we addressed your concerns. Okay. And so the only other thing that I would say is just given particularly the work at Baber, as that contractor begins to wind down, we would like to get started on putting back into the project some of the things that were de-scoped. So we would ask, respectfully, the administration would ask for same 9 minutes on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Let the record show Councilman Canale and Councilwoman Logan have arrived. Do we have any questions from anybody about this? If not, all those in favor of this resolution, please say aye. With same 9 minutes. Yeah. Any opposed? This passes, and our committee is adjourned unless anyone has other questions. I guess I have one question. Where is Rodney Baber Park? Is that the one that's right on the other side of the Wolf River?
Yes, sir. Okay. And so that's where they're taking most of the dirt that they're putting into Kennedy.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Colleagues, this body approved a resolution for the formation of the Blight and Illegal Dumping Task Force some time ago for the purpose of identifying new initiatives and processes, as well as to improve and expand current city efforts to prevent and mitigate blight and illegal dumping in Memphis. And since that approval, we have been meeting and have had some very rich and informative discussions. We have a great team, and so we thought as a body, instead of waiting to the very end, there were some things that we discussed that could be some immediate short-term recommendations that we want to bring about. I know it is the, we had some of the council members, well, we're all a part of that, and I want to thank Councilwoman Cheyenne for being a part, being visible, and really kind of nudging us to go ahead and get these short-term things out. And so as a task force, we came up with these that we're proposing today, they're putting forth today. And just know that we are continuing with our task force meetings and looking at best practices here as well as in other peer cities, looking at, ways, solid waste expansions, policies, and things like that. We'll continue those types, whether it's used tire ordinances, funding requests. Those are heavier lifts, and we'll continue those and bring those forth in February. But wanted to get some off the ground that, we're already low-hanging fruit that we could enact right away, because we all want to see our city clean. We all want to see some improvement, and these are some things that we want to immediately share. So I'll just go forth and read, starting with, I'll just start from top. Whereas the task force has met since July 2022 and will continue to meet until February 2023. However, committee members of the task force, recognizing the need for immediate intervention, selected to propose the below short-term recommendations with the plan to provide additional recommendations in February 2023. And whereas the task force committee members were asked to rank short-term recommendations in the following categories: education and outreach, policy recommendations, and fiscal requests. While most recommendations have an associated fiscal cost, the fiscal request recommendations are for initiatives that already have the required infrastructure in order to become implemented. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Blight and Illegal Dumping Task Force does propose the following short-term recommendation by adoption by the Memphis City Council. And I'll just read them. Create most wanted litter bandit website and social media pages. Create illegal dumping reporting hotline and or website, i.e. Crime Stoppers. Amend the FY23 budget to allocate $50,000 from the unassigned fund balance to the Public Works Department for the creation and funding of an illegal dumping reporting reward program. Media campaign for grand opening of Collins Yard Convenience Center. Digital radio, newspaper, news coverage, etc. FY23 budget request for biannual dumpster days in each single-member city council district. Letter from City Council to Shelby County District Attorney's Office to prioritize prosecution of illegal dumping cases. Memphis City Beautiful Public Works create digital anti-litter and neighborhood beautification curriculum for Memphis Shelby County schools. And to record a did you know whole message for calls to 311 with information regarding code violations, penalty, how to properly dispose of waste, blight and illegal dumping facts and figures. And to that point, I so move. Second. And I wanted to add as well, if I may, sir. A lot of these, we noticed that the city was already doing quite a bit, mayor and administration, with the implementation of the illegal dumping unit with Public Works, the new convenience center, and public service court. These are some things that we know that needed to happen in the education and outreach realm, maybe with citizens. We all play a part in this. Also going to be legislation requests and fiscal requests coming forward. But these are some immediate things because we noted that there needed to be an education campaign and an awareness campaign and outreach. So a lot of these are in that realm, some immediate things that we can do to get the word out, to open up discussion, and particularly in our youth and in our neighborhoods, and getting everyone involved in this process. So again, with that, I so moving, I wanted to give Chief Ryan as well as Director Canet an opportunity to speak to these as well that represent or that they speak on from their areas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shandell Ryan with the CO's office. I first want to say thank you for creating this task force. We've had some really great conversations about blight and illegal dumping. And again, as Councilwoman Logan stated, these are just short-term goals, some things that we thought would enhance the programs that we have in place. And so I think these are all great ideas and all things that we can mostly things that we can do for the item number 3. Well, bullet number 3. That one we would like to have a little bit more exploration on before we have a budget ask. So in line with that, I think there's a budget ask for that, and then for the dumpster days, we understand that we would need to come back and have more conversations about what that cost would look like and what we can properly place in the budget. Outstanding, without regard to those things, then I think that these are some great options that we can probably move forward with in the near term and implement some things. I will pass it to Robert Connect to talk a little bit about any comments that he may have. Thanks, everyone.
Yes, thanks, Chief Ryan. So we are obviously moving forward with several of these items. The convenience center is almost ready. We are, I think, getting the dumpsters in place. Everything else is ready to go. So that is, we definitely ready to check that box for all practical purposes. And then obviously, we're really focusing in on the education and communication. We're working with City Communications and Clean Memphis and Memphis City Beautiful together on a lot of these items. And then we're definitely working to create the social aspect of this and getting that messaging out there on these new ideas. Because I really like the most wanted idea. I think that's a really creative way, because we do have some individuals who are notorious. I like that. That's good. Notorious. Notorious in the bad way, in this way. But we definitely would love to get more public engagement, get more civic-minded opportunities in this conversation, because, we need the citizenry to step up and help be participatory in this process, not only from the violating standpoint, but for reporting and helping us identify those individuals so that we can hold them accountable. So great stuff.
Thank you. I know that Cheyenne has a question.
I sure do. But it's not so much as a question, it's a comment to thank you for the work that's been done, Councilwoman Logan working with this task. Because what's important, I think, with step 1, initial, is a change of attitude, the way people think. And this is what we're trying to do. You got to remind people, it's not the ground where the trash goes to, it goes in the can. And the more and more you push that out, I think we'll get a response and it'll start cleaning itself up. So the first thing is to make your people aware of it and everybody working together to make a difference. So fantastic, and we're going to move forward to how we can handle some of those larger items next. Thanks again, Chairwoman Logan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commend Councilwoman Logan for leading this up and doing the great work for the people of Memphis. I know that Councilman Carlisle is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, sir.
You touched on, I'd like to understand how the reward program would work as well. When you launch something like that, like the details are important because there's liabilities and things that, when someone says, hey, I did X, Y, and Z and now I'm owed. And I don't know if 50 grand does or not. I mean, if it's $500, $1,000, like Crime Stoppers, obviously they've got a program that's tested and they know what their amounts are and why they don't go immediately for $100,000, right? I don't think it should come out of the assigned fund balance. I do think that there's probably an easy way to fund 50 grand from another line item, and I hope you guys suggest it. If you don't, I already know where I'm going to take it from. But I really don't like diving into that unless it's absolutely necessary, and I think that there's probably plenty of cash sitting around that we could cobble together that amount, so just keep that in mind. There are several other things in here that don't have a fiscal note, but they've got like standing up a hotline, standing up social media, are those things that we can cover in-house because we have infrastructure in place, like a digital and IT department that can do that without extraordinary cost? Is that the thought?
So for the hotline, we definitely would need to have more conversation about that. We do have a part of our 911 office that do deal with non-emergency type of issues. So we would want to have a conversation with them about that. We also 311 wouldn't be the best place for that kind of a telephone number, but that's the first place that my mind is going, is for us to talk to our 911 office about whether we can fold in some of that capability there.
Okay.
I would just add that, this is considered a crime, so we haven't even talked to Crime Stoppers yet and seeing if there is a partnership opportunity. I think that's not to be discounted yet. But we do have a lot of internal capacity already with already having multiple websites, multiple different avenues. So there's a lot of, I think, potential easy wins in developing the media and any websites.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've talked about. Not only, I mean, you're talking about a hotline, but this is what we've talked about before. At least I've raised the issue. We talk about other states, municipalities that basically empower the public to be, I don't want to say full-on code enforcement, but like, again, I'll use a very specific example. In New York City, you can be trained, signed up, and take something like idling. Like if I can prove through a video that your vehicle is idling and I report that, take the video, upload it, and report it, and then the city collects the fine. I get 10% of that fine back as the reporter of said fine. And I just think this may be a way to test that as a small pilot in order to expand into larger issues, right? Like so, and Director King, I'm not blaming you or pointing the finger at you, but like one of your points, very valid points, is we're a very reactive code enforcement department because we don't have the manpower and the revenues in order to be proactive. When I very simply can go to my neighbor's house and show you that the roof is caving in by taking a picture and uploading that to the website and reporting the address, et cetera, and like stacking that in the queue. And I know that we have to have some mechanism from a legal standpoint to validate that so that there's evidence for a courtroom for due process, but there has to be a way to leverage that long term. I've got a couple more questions. One more question I've got really actually on an existing line item. The $200,000 a year that we usually appropriate for the tire program, does that get expended? Okay, I thought so. I couldn't remember. So,
large number. I'm sorry. Yeah, we collect a large number of illegally dumped tires.
Right. Yeah, that's well, and we're going to talk more about that as we get down the road because I mean, it's seeming, I don't want to call it, I mean, they're the same but different issues. Like, yeah, Janet and I in Canal, we're at a neighborhood meeting and like, they've got an illegal dumping issue, but then they've got I mean, like they're one and the same, but they're two totally, I mean, they're also different animals. It seems like, will you guys be able to get some of this worked out in the next 2 weeks? Because there's no same night minutes. And so my thing is I don't want to amend it down because I think it's important to kind of just keep this thing on there. But maybe if we don't have everything fully fleshed out, we amend some language or tweak it to like phase 1, phase 2, just depending on when you're able to get some of these things fleshed out. But all in all, I'm very supportive of the spirit of what this is attempting to do. And also specifically like getting the dumpster days. I mean, I hate to say this, but like 2 times a year, I don't think it's going to cut it. But when you look at $1.4 million, it looks like a lot. I mean, it's a lot of money. But in reality, and again, we're in Parkway Village, like carrot or stick, the stick isn't working. Like you take the business mindset of we operate in the environment we're in, and we're in an environment where the stick doesn't work. So even if code does do their job or we catch someone on camera, the downstream effect from the environmental court is a significant problem for us, and I don't have control over Judge Dandridge.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't stop somebody from picking up the phone or sending us an email saying why and what's happening. And so I think we're going to have to potentially find the legislative fortitude to just accept that it is the environment in which we are in and prioritize capital that way, whether people like it or not. If you want to take the fiscal responsibility of like, we shouldn't have to pay for that as taxpayers, people should throw away their trash. I hear you, but like, that's not what's happening. So we're going to have to probably, I think, look at expanding that with more frequency until we've changed the behavior. So that's just some general notes. Again, thanks to everybody that's served on this. Thanks to the staff and to the administration team members and members of code. It's I missed the last couple, but I'll just say again to Rhonda, thanks for being the driving force behind this. And the conversations that we're part of really were meaningful, and everybody is trying to row in the same direction, which is really refreshing and trying to streamline a lot of what we're doing. So thanks, and look forward to kind of seeing how this flushes out over the next couple of weeks. Thank you, Chair.
Awesome job, Councilman. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know whether this is to the maker of the motion or the administrators that are here, but was the charge of the task force just to look at short term, not necessarily looking at what we can do, especially, here we are in December, next thing we know, it's going to be
Budget.
March, April, May, budget, any type of budgetary items that we can look at being more strategic going forward.
These are the short-term goals that didn't require that, but we do have a list of things, one being some that you bring up a lot, for the long-term and for the presentation in February that will include those long-term goals and heavy lifts, the fiscal ask. So those will be a part of it as well. And if specific to ensure that we include specifically what you have, you can, give that to us as well. But we do have most of what all of the council members have brought forth in terms of requests, or, from looking at solid waste to all of the other areas.
Okay,
So these are just short term. And based on what has been said, I would like to amend to remove the fiscal items to bring back and take them back to the task force to review again, as she said. The ones that have the money on here.
Keep them in. Let's keep the pressure on.
Okay, all right. Well, I need to bring back in 2 weeks. Okay.
Are there any?
We're leaving.
Okay. Are there any questions? I have a question. Maybe you mentioned it. Did we talk about the timeline for implementation for any of these items on the short-term list?
Well, we haven't talked about the timeline, but in the scope of a date. But these are things that can begin to work on immediately, not for implementation. And we can, bring dates back to our next meeting. But once after today's vote, we will begin. These are things that will begin immediately to work on those.
Absolutely. So the reason I asked, I think it was sometime in 2021, in which this body passed a resolution, talked about the concern, declaring, areas of the city in immediate need of blight remediation and beautification. So, I want to, in most well-written contracts, there is a time of the essence clause, and I want for us to act like, time is of the essence because it's important to beautify the city, and I think this process gets it done. So, timeline, please.
All right.
And Chief Ryan, you said you were from the COO's office. I just want you to say your title one time on the record.
Shandell Ryan, Chief Administrative Officer for the City of Memphis.
That sounds good, yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Is there any other questions? All right. Let's see. Somebody on motion this item? Moved by, we've already moved?
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye. With enthusiasm, all those in favor? Aye. There we go. Any opposed? All right. All right, it's the Peter to the ayes have it. Thank you all. Item number 2.
Wait, Mr. Chair, may I have?
Absolutely. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. On this item, we have all this illegal tire dumping. I believe that that's more tied to our businesses that are selling used tires. We need to do some study around that. And evidently what we're doing is not working because they're still dumping tires. We got to figure out how many tires they sell and what they do with those tires, and they need to report them somewhere. Okay, thank you.
Item number 2? Don't surprise. Okay, no, seriously. Item number 2, overview and historical background of Zero Stonebrook Circle Project, District 3, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Robinson. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Robinson.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is an added on item.
It's an added item.
It's been sent to you.
You should have received an email within a year.
Hey, Chair, can I ask a solid waste question before we move on?
Absolutely right. While we get to
Hey, will you just do me a favor? Will you give me a breakdown? We're having a lively debate about volume, right? Like it feels like more trash is coming out, right? Like it's because we're seeing it more. But I'm very curious to know, like, is volume going up in general? So can you get like a 10-year look back or whatever you've got recorded, like annual volume collected? Because I am curious to know, are we producing more trash? Are we, you know what I'm saying? I'm just curious to know that.
There was an uptick related to COVID. It's come down some, but it's still not pre-COVID.
But if you took COVID out and you smoothed it out over, say, 8 to 10 years, would you say in your estimation that we are continually just...
I would like to.
Yeah, I'm just curious, but you get where I'm going. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, apparently they're working out what this item number 2 is, but I have a question of solid waste while I've got you here. And no, you're not going to get away from us. Come on up, Philip. Is that your mama? Hi. Wow. Then in that case, I have a few questions for young Philip. I have a question for solid waste because I think y'all are working that out. Because we have a moment, just want to ask, my district is Area E, correct? I got part of it.
Your combination of Area E and C.
And C. I'm getting a couple of extra complaints. And so I guess the first question is the subcontract, and I apologize, I haven't been in the committees a couple of times, is the contractor reporting more and more issues, especially in District 2, Area E?
Area E, actually, with volume, there are more than, say, there were.
We seem to have a minute.
Philip Davis, Solid Waste Deputy Director. Area E, just like the rest of the city, we have seen an uptick in call volume since the summer. Seasonally, that's what happens as volume goes up, holidays come around. That's what we see. It is still, Area E is still neck and neck with some of our better performing areas. Area C, which is also in your district. I'd like to look at the addresses that in particular you're looking at, because Area C, we have been experiencing some issues related to attendance and volume that have been causing call volume to go up there.
Okay. How is our subcontract? Did I hear or read that they've been sold? They have a new owner?
They have been acquired January of last year. Team Waste was acquired by Waste Connections. Waste Connections, one of the top 2 or 3 size waste collection companies in the United States. And they were acquired. They're still doing business under the name Team Waste.
Okay, that's what
they acquired them as an asset.
All right, and the group that bought them, because I always get the names confused. They're close. They're not out of Memphis. They have an office here, but not their main office is elsewhere. Correct?
That is correct. Their corporate headquarters in Texas.
Okay. I don't think I'm ever going to be interested in this, but I am curious, assuming your name is put into nomination and is viewed favorably, since your mother is now shooting daggers with her eyes at me. Philip, if you could look into, I'm still curious as to what their cost is, what our cost is to bring it in-house. Not entirely inclined to do that, but I am curious as to what the increased cost would be.
Certainly. We'll look at that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Now we're back in play. Excuse me.
Actually, that's a part of the task force as well for the next to bring that in, be a part of the discussion. So
May I work with you on that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Go ahead.
The second item was a question that I asked at the last committee meeting. and it was not on here, so you have to bring that back to my remembrance. I'm getting older. But I asked a question about Smith and Nephew and them condemning some property and what's going on with that, and they're here to make that presentation today.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Osborne.
Good afternoon, Council. Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis Real Estate. This particular item, again, was the historical presentation for this entire project was requested by Councilwoman Robinson because of the age of this project and where we came from and where we're going. It actually predates even my tenure with the city. So what I was able to do was bring in Cindy Reeves to give a historical presentation on how this project originated, why it originated, and also Doug Dugar from Smith and Nephew, who can give us even more information on where we're going with the project. Basically, what we're asking for and what was approved in the last council meeting was the acquisition of a parcel of property in this area by eminent domain, or we may be able to come to some resolution to acquire the property without going to eminent domain, but we want the approval to go to eminent domain if we need to. So I'm going to turn it over to Cindy Reeves and Doug Dugard.
Make sure your mic's on, Ms. Reeves, Mr. Dugard, and pull it closer to you so we can hear you pretty quickly. And Director Adams is going to get you together.
I'll have the presentation in front of you instead of me going on the PowerPoint because we revised the presentation. They've all got it, so I'll just explain it. This is the Smith and Nephew campus that is outlined in black on the front sheet of your presentation. The surrounding industrial properties back in 2013 expressed opposition when Smith and Nephew first came to the City Council and Land Use Control Board to close Coughlin Road. They also, in 2013, it failed, 2001 and 2014. All three cases that they brought before the council and the Land Use Control Board failed. What they did in 2014, in 2016, the City Council agreed that Coughlin could be closed, but they also agreed that a second point of access would have to be done that went to Highway 51, and we have now come to an agreement as to what that second point of access is going to be. That was approved. That second point of access was an exhibit to the City Council resolution in 2016 that approved the second point of access and showed the new alignment. With the new alignment, you are going to have to condemn the Superior property, which is on page 4 and page 5. And that is the property that Carlton and City Real Estate brought to the City Council to be able to file the condemnation on that property in order for the road that's shown on page 4 to be constructed. If you'll look at the conditions on page 3, that second point of access to Springbrook Avenue shall be in place prior to the closure of Coughlin Drive. The conceptual alignment of this second point of access is graphically demonstrated in Exhibit A, and that is your Exhibit A. And with that, the city is now going to have to, they've tried to work with Superior Investments, as City Real Estate explained last meeting, and have not been successful in working with them. So that's what the City Council approved 2 weeks ago. If y'all have any questions, I'm going to go to the Smith and Nephew presentation, which I can get on here. There you go.
All right. So my name is Doug Dugard. I am Senior Director of Global Facilities and Real Estate for Smith and Nephew. And the plan that I'm showing here kind of outlines background of what we've done to improve the site itself. But then also what we're looking to do is more capital investment with closing Coughlin. And what's critical for us on closing Coughlin is we've got 1,800 employees at this campus. So we take up roughly 2 city blocks, with Coughlin being the divider. So we have, and we work a 24/7 operation. So we have employees that have to cross that street continually going from building to building. So, we've got 2 major manufacturing buildings that you can see on this one, which is H building and F building. But then on the opposite side of the street, we've also got A building, B building, and D and H. So our campus comprises 9 buildings total at this site. It's, we've seen there's a lot of vehicle traffic that comes through there, but here lately we've had a lot of activity from car break-ins where we're having our perimeter breached. We've also had 2 incidents where MPD has chased some stolen cars, and basically they ditched them on Coughlin Avenue and bailed out of the cars and threw guns out and everything. So that's really raised some red flags with us, especially with the amount of people that we have crossing the street there. Matter of fact, our VP of operations, where the first car was, I guess where it all came to a head was right there where he crosses the street, and he's like, it could have been any of our employees in the middle of this crossing the street when these things are occurring. So what we'll do is with the closing of Coughlin, that gives us kind of a campus environment. So we're able to move our main guard gate, which would be what you see on this one, to the left side. That'll become our main guard gate for our Brooks Road campus. And then from there, it'll be just employee traffic coming in and parking. But then that allows our employees to cross the street both just as a pedestrian walk-through, but then they also push carts and other things like that because we move product from one side of the street to the other. So again, that will help us considerably. But then also it helps us too visually. If you've been by the site and you've seen what we've done maybe over the past 2 years, where phases 1, 2, and 3 have been completed. So we've added a lot of landscaping, and even in front of the Popeyes that's there too. So again, we're trying to be a good neighbor working with Popeyes to beautify that area as much as we can. So you get a lot of nice visual perspective as you come from the street. So we've gone with some wrought iron fencing similar to what St. Jude has, and then also really tried to increase the greenscape a lot and soften that up quite a bit for it so it doesn't look so industrial. So over the past 2 years, we've probably done about $10 million in capital investment in these properties with painting buildings, landscaping, lighting, and everything else that we've done there. And then with the Coughlin Drive, we've got, just for next year, if we can get this passed, we've got another $2.7 million committed in what we're paying to do this work here. So, we're making a pretty strong capital investment in this site. But I think it helps the community from a visual standpoint, but it also definitely helps our employees from a site safety standpoint as well.
Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation and updating me. I remember when I first got on the council, I had a meeting with Doug, and he's been working on this for years. I know he wished we could get this off his plate, and I think it's time for us to complete this project. It is not in District 3, it's actually in District 4. Ms. Washington, so you'll know that what's going on over there on that side of the street. And this has been a continuous problem, and I'm here 7 years now, and we haven't done anything about it. Council members, let's get it done now. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Director Adams. You want to? Okay. All right, Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just for clarity, you could drive into Coughlin now. Would you go to a dead end and turn around and come back?
No, ma'am. Right now, Coughlin goes all the way through into Stonebrook. So what we'll wind up doing is traffic will be rerouted. So there's a traffic light just, if you look on the sheet where it's got our Brooks master plan, let's go back one slide.
I'm trying to go back. How do I go back?
Let's see. There we go. On this one here, you see where we've got the blue box, and then you've got the red box for phase 1. If you keep going to the top of the page there, that's a traffic lights that's there at that intersection where the Popeyes is. So that's where traffic will wind up coming. That'll be kind of the main entryway now with Coughlin closed, and that gets the path all the way back to our neighbors and back to Stonebrook Avenue.
Okay. Back then, if you go all the way through, I guess this is a proposed plan?
It is. This is our proposed master
Yeah,
plan,
okay.
so you see what the future looks like.
Okay, so back here where you have phase 5, what happens to those individuals and them having to get access to Brooks Road?
They'll actually go down Stonebrook and they'll come up. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna go back up.
Okay. There you go. Click on this side.
They'll actually go down Stonebrook and they'll continue straight with the they'll go down Stonebrook, and where you've got the red, where we're having to condemn the property, that will be their second point of access. They also can go down Stonebrook to Sandbrook, and Smith and Nephew is going to be making improvements at this intersection of Brooks and Sandbrook and Springbrook in order for their trucks to be able to make that turn, make the turns and make it safer. They're also going to be doing some signal modifications at Coughlin and Brooks signal.
Those individuals that will be affected, have they been contacted? Do you have letters from them saying they're in support of this?
Yes, ma'am. In 2000, I've been working on this since 2013, but in 2016, we all got together, and I represent the industrial park, mostly Mike Rivalto, and I got him to come to the table and agree to this and the conditions. The conditions were extremely important to this approval and for the neighborhood. So the neighborhood is in agreement. Mr. Rivalto was here in 2016 when this did get approved.
Now, what piece of property does he own?
He has Tri-State Thermo King, which is at the top right of the slide that I'm showing you. And he does repair on refrigerated trucks. And so he has people from all over the United States come to his business, which was why 2 points of access was extremely important, and being able to get the people to his site.
But he could do that now without any problem.
Right, because he goes straight down Coughlin.
Right, okay. So you said you did that back in 16. We're almost talking about 6 years difference. Has any of the owners changed in these situations, and these property owners changed?
I do not believe so. I mean, everybody came to the realization and the agreement that Smith and Nephew needs this campus and to close Coughlin.
Currently, is everybody in agreement now?
I have not taken this to all the current
And they understand
owners.
in order for Smith and them to get it, is a possibility the land would have to be condemned.
Yes, Superior is who Carlton has been working with, and that is where is Superior? Oh, it's not in this one. Superior is in your packet, and that's outlined in blue, slide 4.
I hate to be that guy. Well, I really don't.
Well, he actually owns other property.
Ms. Reeves and Councilwoman Johnson. It seems like there's still some more questions on this. If the chairman allow, we can continue conversations, I guess, next council meeting or downstairs. Downstairs.
It's the will of the body.
I would say continue it and come back and make sure everybody current has no problem with what may have to happen. And Superior, in his regards to, I mean, I do not like the idea of having to condemn any property.
Absolutely. So, to kind of get with Councilwoman Johnson, because it's up for a vote today, so that we can be informed. We are 16 minutes over time, and I want to be respectful of Councilman Canales' committee. I don't want to take up all of his time. Well, it's P&Z planning his own. So, with that, I'm going to kind of direct it.
With permission, recognition, please.
Go ahead.
So just to clarify, so the body approved when it was presented during council committee last meeting. So this item is actually in full council this evening. So is the decision from the council to
hopefully
present during full council this afternoon, or?
Hopefully, we can answer some of Councilwoman Johnson's questions prior to then. But if the full council wants to hear it, be prepared to present.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's on the full agenda for tonight.
Absolutely.
So we're having this discussion. This is just the committee, and so whatever comes out of this committee, it still would have to go before the full council.
Absolutely.
But in the essence of time, though, I would say we just have this discussion, and Ms. Reeves and what's your name again, sir? I'm sorry. Ms. Dugard. If you all could just make these same points downstairs this afternoon, we will vote upon it. But one of the things,
Antonio, Director.
Ms. Adams.
Director.
If it's pleasing the council, between now and full council meeting, if we could provide sufficient satisfaction to the council, go back and talk to the adjoining property owners, because there has been some time, but I will assure you that we did in subsequent council meetings get approval, and we did get the acceptance of adjoining property owners, their acceptance and cooperation, so that we can then consummate this, this deal and get your approval so that we can move forward. Because again, there's a lot that's pending this approval, so they're going to kind of move forward.
I need for you to identify if any of the owners have changed in the last 6 years. That won't take long to get done.
If we can do that, that suffices.
But let's look at it from the standpoint, colleagues. This was something that was approved and moved upon in 2016. We have one holdout who's basically trying to block this. So whether there's been other transactions, people who are coming in there buying it today, they are buying it knowing, well, they may not know, but other action has already been taken on this site to improve Smith and Nephew. So this combination is only on the table because of that one holdout who is doing this, trying to speculate, if you would. Right. And so more money for this. But I didn't have my Smith and Nephew is a great employer. We want more of them, and I don't want to present this as the council is using the big guy to beat up on the small guy. But this is something that's the reason that we have this presentation right now, because it was done so long ago, we forgot about it. So, to me, just my opinion, it's immaterial if somebody came in there and bought it, because the subject property that we're talking about right now is the only thing that has stood in the way of these improvements should have already been in place by now. Here it is, my first year on the council, and we're just going to approve this on my last year on the council. I just don't want to be part of that body that kicks this down the road even more.
Absolutely. So what we're gonna do, because we're discussing a little too long. So what we're gonna do?
We can have this still full, robust discussion even more downstairs.
Absolutely. We're gonna.
I just wanted to provide this historical background on it.
So what I would suggest, figure out what you need to figure out with each individual council members. We're gonna have a similar discussion downstairs, and then at that point we're gonna take whatever action the council deems advisable. And seeing no further items before this committee stands adjourned.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Covette.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Johnson.
Present. Thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Thank you. Today we have 5 items under planning and zoning. And the first one is a resolution.
Second.
Move it. Second, thank you. I move back in now. Carlisle. And second by who? Who is the second by?
Me.
Okay, Covette, please. A resolution approving an honorary street name change of North Walking Street between St. Elmore Avenue and Burnham Avenue for Pastor Ricky Ford, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Council Members Logan and Canali. Would y'all like to have any comments on that street naming?
Chairwoman, we're going to, we can move it on downstairs.
Okay,
and
fantastic.
Do so then.
All right. Can I have a vote on that item? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that item passes. Second item, resolution approving an honorary street name change for South Parkway East from South Willett Street to Kyle Street for Jarvis R. Greer.
Move it.
District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Covette, moved by Covette. Second by Carlisle. All in favor?
Aye.
In opposition? Hearing none, that item passes. Next item, number 3, Z22-06, the east side of North Bingham Street, plus or minus 170 feet of south of Jackson Avenue, District 5, Super District 9. This is the third reading. Are you ready and prepared to give us a brief presentation on that? It's yours. Identify yourself.
Teresa Shelton, Division of Planning and Development. Okay, right, I'm just gonna go through it briefly. This is Z2206, rezoning of North Bingham. This is an area view. Let me go back, sorry about that. An area view of the subject property in question. The existing zoning is EMP. He's looking to rezone it to RU3. Just here are some of the businesses located around the subject property in the area. You have the Ciable Espanol street and streetcars, Ogden Avenue parking, New Tech packing. In the heavy industrial zoning, you have Mr. Complete Auto vacant, and it's a vacant building, and Dixie Recycling Center is located there. I also took the liberty of including this particular email from Mr. Yacala, and I did get his permission to do so. And it was an email that was sent to Councilman Covette and to Clay Wilson, just outlining, and I think Councilwoman Johnson, you had asked me what parcel. Let me go back. So this is the one that's in blue. Okay. It's not coming up. There we go. Is it slow? Oh, they got it. Get it to. Oh, look.
He just
Yeah, so yeah, if you got the handout, the one that's outlined in blue, that is the parcel that Mr. Yacala is going to donate or is willing to donate. However, please keep in mind that this is a rezoning and we can't condition this rezoning. So that would be between Mr. Yacala and the neighbors in that neighborhood. Okay. Something I gotta do. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, basically, I just kind of wanted to show you guys the particular parcel. Okay, ma'am.
presentation.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I mean, I want to just show you that particular, you guys have seen everything else in that first presentation. So basically, I just wanted to make sure you saw the parcel because I know you had asked me about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you finish?
I'm done. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
did
I'm sorry.
you
Let me read any
approve
questions.
or reject?
Oh,
No.
it was approved.
Okay,
It was approved. I apologize. I didn't understand.
Okay, thank you. The first person in the queue was Councilman Powell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so do you own the property today or is it still under the control of Blight Authority? You bought it from Blight Authority. And no one from Blight Authority is here? All right. Steve, were you part of this transaction? Yeah. Can you? Awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, in between, I'll get with you because I'd like to understand the process and the thought of Blight Authority turning over something that they've acquired into the private sector. Like to the point, it would have been nice to condition through the deed a few stipulations and the release of the real estate. I'm not sure the city wants to take ownership of site number one versus having, it be donated into a nonprofit or the works or something like that, Fraser CDC, just some of the mechanics of it. I will say I'm very excited that it's getting downzoned from EMP to residential and that the idea is to build apartments. And again, Steve, I'll probably just talk with you afterwards, but very excited about the investment. Concerned a little bit about the 40 apartments and the need for parking, and I know that will be dictated by the UDC as you go through it. But I'm really more curious, and the conversation's less towards you, sir, and more towards how Blight Authority is understanding that process, right? And it would have been nice for Blight Authority, like if this happens, like they acquired a property, they got clean title to it, they turned it over to a developer and it got developed and, to the benefit of the neighborhood, like that's what we're trying to do. And we want to make sure that we're drawing attention to those wins. Zoning is a procedure for me where it's a part of what we do. I don't necessarily love when the council is super heavy-handed, but I will say this to you for the record, like it's very important that you use care and caution as you're going through your design and understanding that Blight Authority is a new agency. It's something that the city is very excited about, and these investments in neighborhoods need to be done the right way. I'll be very disappointed if it does not work because the materials used are cheap, the facade doesn't look good, the parking's not appropriate, the landscaping's not appropriate, and you gentrify out, neighbors that need to be there. Now, I also understand you need to make a profit too, and you need to get returns. But, and I don't want to micromanage BAM either, but I could sit here and go on and I won't, but I'm just very, I'll be watching the project very closely, very closely. What is your, I guess, so while you're here, since I've got you here, would you mind giving us your name and address for the record? And I'll just ask you a couple quick questions.
Thank you.
For the last 17 years and recently started developing projects. When I say recently, the last 6-7 years, okay. And I do have several homes around the neighborhood. I do manage another 40-unit apartment complex on Jackson, okay. And this happened to be a good fit. That's how it.
That's a great aggregated piece of property, no doubt about it.
Exactly, yeah. And to your point, I'll make sure I do my best to bring value to the neighborhood, not just the property. So keep in mind all the concerns that you raised, which are all valid, by the way. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it, and I wish you the best. If I could condition it, I probably would, but only to your benefit and the neighbors. But I know that Brett and his group, as they go through the administrative site plan review, will understand where I'm coming from and use extra care, especially in and around Hyde Park. Thank you for your investment in the neighborhood and in the city. And on the, I guess, and I'm also, when we talk, I'm curious to hear your thoughts about what do you think a good mechanism. I don't necessarily want the city to take receipt of the land.
That's, to my understanding, that's not what they're intending to do. This will be a relationship between the association and the private people out there.
Who's going to care and pay? Who's going to care for the property?
The responsibility would fall upon the community.
That's not going to happen. You guys have lost your mind.
And no, wait, I've explained it to them. I explained it to the people that were concerned.
I hear you, and that's why we're here, though, right? Like I've been doing this a long time, and I've gotten a lot broader of an education since I've been on the council about how development works downtown at One Beale to out at Klondike, Smoky City. So, and the sophistication, and I'm not trying to be disparaging, it shifts as you move. So the thought of saying, hey, we, the neighborhood, are going to take this on without a vehicle, without an entity, without a 501c3 status, without all these things, and then find the money to take care of it, sounds really good. That never happens. So I don't want to set a neighborhood up for a set of expectations that disappoints them, but the idea of having a green space and a pocket park is wonderful. I think the devil's in the details. So
that has clearly been explained
Yes,
to the
I clearly
individual.
explained that to the neighbors that showed up for land use control board.
And this is not contingent upon him giving the land. This is totally separate between him and the neighbor.
I got it. I want to make sure that they get what they think they're getting and that they're protected just as much. I mean, my big thing is one, again, if who's gonna own the title?
That would be between
Them.
Mr. Yacala.
I mean, he's right here. Great.
Yeah,
Who's going to have
Yacala.
fee simple title to the property?
Right, I mean, I have it right now, but whoever wants to develop and keep the property,
Right.
right?
Okay. So, and then the question goes, all right, what vehicle? So if you transfer title to Chase Carl, I mean, I'm paying taxes on it, right? You transfer title to an exempt group, right? Then that takes care of one issue. And then you've got everything from insurance and the carry and all those things. I understand the vote is unrelated, but this is,
Right.
you know, I'm just telling you, this is going to creep back up. So let's move forward. We got other things to do.
Thank you. Was there any opposition by any means in regards to
No
this?
opposition. Their concern was just making sure he donated the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Colvett.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this is a downgrading zoning case, basically?
Correct.
Okay. So when Mr. Yacala comes up with his plans and whatnot, he still, of course, has to go through design, but will he come back to City Council?
No.
Do we condition the downzoning of the plans where he does come back to us?
That would go through what, plans review, I believe?
Correct. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. We can't condition the rezoning in any way, really. So we can apply the UDC when it comes back through for design review and what that requires. But there can't be any conditions that we can add to it.
So there's no mechanism to bring him back in front of council?
Not with the rezoning.
Okay. All right, let me kind of think, let's let everybody kind of think about that while we're going forward. But Mr. Yacala, do you have an architect picked out?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, so you don't have any idea yet what your security, asphalt, parking, building materials?
I mean, I have a ballpark number from developing other projects, so it shouldn't be in the same range. So, but again, it all depends on when I develop and like things are changing so rapidly.
All right. And did I read that you're looking to ask for $900 a month for rent?
Around that number.
All right. How many rooms, how many bathroom apartment is that?
2 bedroom, 2 bath.
All right, 2-2. Because I kind of looked around on Zillow, and it seems like they're standalone, detached for 3 2s for between $900 and $1,500 a month in that direct area. Okay. Can we figure out if there is any way under the sun to have Mr. Yacala come back? I really want a mechanism, because we're getting to the park question of trying to solve this, but also I think McDoc may have some ideas. But I think the idea here is that we want you to succeed, we want you to make money, but I am, for one, very concerned about building materials and security and all that. So you don't even have an architect or have any idea what your single-family houses, I call them the teeth, these.
Yeah.
You don't have any of that ready yet.
You mean numbers?
No architects, no nothing like that.
Renderings or something you want?
Yeah, you don't have any.
That's all pretty straightforward. I've built so many houses already, so I can get you one if that's one.
I'm Frank Call that we talked the other day. So I'll send you my email address and send it to us. Madam Chairman, I'll yield, but I think Doc had some theories or ideas about coming back and talking to us. May I yield to
You may.
Councilman? Thank you.
Dr. Warren?
I know you said we can't precondition a rezoning, but if this piece of property, he owns the part above that says PUD, and he owns the one that says 1, right? And those are two different pieces of property, right? So we can rezone one, the larger one, and leave the other one as it is a single-family house now? Is that what it is?
That one, I think, is still in the.
That's an employment?
One?
No, it's an extension. It's an extension.
They're two different pieces of property though, right?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, if we leave that one untouched, then it's got to come back to us before it can be developed, right? Or before it can be made into anything different.
Actually, I'm not asking for rezoning on number 1, sir. I'm just asking.
I think that's
unrelated.
residential already.
Correct, it's already residential.
It's already residential.
Okay. It's not.
Never mind.
Good thought, good thought there.
I like where he was going.
Is it true that you own additional properties other than number 1?
Yes, ma'am. Number, the very first one.
This one, right. So he should have ample parking space too, that you mentioned.
He's not gonna park, ma'am.
Sure.
Is the intent for your development going to be inclusive of the current single-family lots or just on the rezoning today?
Just on the rezoning.
Yeah, so that's the kicker. So again, and by the way, he's going to be beholden to the UDC's parking count, period. I'm just, in underwriting, the quick swag is typically a card at 1.5 times the doors, right? So if he builds 40 apartments, you'd want 60. Now, he's in an urban environment, so you can ratchet that down some. So even just to have one car per door, he's going to need at least 40 parking spaces.
I'm pretty confident of meeting
I
more than
you.
that number, yeah.
Well, I know we need to move on.
Okay, are there any other remarks? Not hearing any others, let's take a vote on this particular matter. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Have one abstention. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Who's that number 4? Z2209, north side of Riverdale Bend Road, plus or minus 901.37 feet east of Riverdale Road, District 2, Super District 9. This is a first reading, too.
Yes, Madam Chair, did you want to see a presentation on at this time?
It's, I think they're here ready to give a presentation, so please, quickly.
We'll get the next presentation booted up here.
Good afternoon, Seth Thomas with the Memphis Shelby County Office of Planning and Development. Case before us is Z2209. It's a rezoning of about a 0.3 acre parcel from conservation agriculture to commercial mixed use 3, located along Bill Morris Parkway here on River Bend Road. The existing zoning surrounding that whole area is conservation agriculture, and the majority of the parcels within that overlay exist in planned developments. As you can see, the mixture of the surrounding uses is vacant and commercial. Here are some site photos looking at the piece of land, and here's the plot plan sort of showing what the sites look like. So really, there was a major modification to the plan development to allow for a billboard on this site that came before you guys a couple months ago. And we assumed that, this rezoning would come back in order for the applicant to get a billboard permit from the state. However, the state I guess, mistakenly issued the billboard permit before this rezoning was done. And so really, we're doing this rezoning, and the Office of Planning and Development is supporting this rezoning. So in the case that the billboard is condemned, or the company that owns it is basically goes bankrupt, if the state were to claim it back, they would be claiming back a billboard that is legal under their own state regulations because of their erroneous issuance of their state permit originally. So we are recommending approval of this rezoning.
Okay, this is basically housekeeping.
More or less, yes.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Move downstairs and pause for recommendation. Second.
Been moved and second. We're taking it downstairs with a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
This, all those in favor, that's the way they want to do it. Any opposition? Okay, we said we're gonna move it down, so I thought we were gonna move it and vote on it down there. Okay, thank you. The next one is SUP 22-26, 999 Channel Avenue, special permit to allow an industrial metal recycling facility, District 6, Super District 8. This was held from 11/15.
Yes, Madam Chair, and we're getting the presentation pulled up here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. This is a special use request for 999 Channel Avenue, located on President's Island. The request is made by Morgan Steele, and Ms. Brenda Salamito-Bazer is representing. This is in City Council District 6 and Super District 8. Looking at the location map, to the left, you have marked in pink is the subject property on President's Island, and the vicinity map to the right, it shows McKellar Lake is the boundary to the east, and Channel Avenue, and entering President's Island from the causeway. With this being on President's Island, the zoning is heavy industrial, and it's surrounded by all heavy industrial zoning. Also, the land uses are industrial, commercial, and institutional. Photos of the site. To the left, we have a picture of the front portion of the subject site off of Channel Avenue, and excuse me, that's to the left. To the right, you can see a portion of the rear of the property, and that's also taken actually on site. And we have images looking north along Channel Avenue and to the south. An aerial view of the property marked in red. Those are the two lots in question. Currently, it's just the building, a vacant building that is there on site that is part of the lots. The container buildings and the vehicles are no longer present on site, and you can see Channel Avenue fronting the property as well as a railroad line. And this is a site plan. The two lots are shown marked in red, and they are divided by the blue line. The lots are divided by the blue line. So this is consistent with our Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. The future land use designation is industrial. And to conclude, this is an application by Morgan Steele requesting a special use permit for metal recycling on President's Island. The special use permit is required for a recycling facility per our development code. And Division of Planning and Development is recommending approval with one condition. This did go to the Land Use Control Board on October 13th, and it was recommended for approval on the consent agenda. And the condition would be that the applicant submits a final site plan for administrative review. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Councilman Ford, you recognize.
Yeah, appreciate it. I just got to ask one question. Now, recycling, no dangerous fumes and anything like that. That's a promise?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right.
I'm having issues in my district.
Yes, sir.
With the EPA and all the rest. EPA, something wrong with them. They need to fire everybody and hire somebody new that would take care of business because I'm having problems. Okay, my people getting sick.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm an undertaker. I like to bury people, but I don't want them to die until time.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I don't want none of the films and nobody
Absolutely not.
bringing it in. So that's why I'm asking these particular questions, because the issues that I'm having is trying to get EPA to come back to this place that's really giving us problems and time. And I'm telling the council, we may have to just shut them down, period. Okay? If they don't come to play. That's the only thing that I need to ask. Thank you.
Any other questions? We need to move this item before we vote on it. Can I have someone to move? Can we move this item, please?
Second.
Second. Thank you. This item has been moved and second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That concludes the planning and zoning.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the December 6th meeting of the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee. Mr. Backus, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Corvette?
Here.
Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Johnson? Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilman Morgan? Councilwoman Robinson?
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilman Warren?
Present.
And Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is an appointment to the Blight Authority of Memphis. Mr. Steve Lockwood, all council districts, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion by Warren, second by Smiley. Mr. Lockwood, if you would please come give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share. Yes, sir. Make sure that mic is on the green light.
Hit the button.
Hit the button.
Right in front of you.
Yeah, something.
So it's green light. Okay, I'm good. Thanks. Thank you. It's nice to see old friends here. It really is. My name is Steve Lockwood. Hi. My name is Steve Lockwood. I live at 2043 Nelson Avenue in Cupertino. I've been nominated. I'll just take a couple of minutes. I think I'll be brief. To the Blight Authority of Memphis board. My professional history is I've been in community development since 1995. The great majority of that time I spent as the executive director of the Fraser Community Development Corporation. It was a great privilege to be there for 19 years. About a year and a half ago, I retired and then unexpectedly took the job of interim executive director of the Blight Authority of Memphis. I think I get the blame run on Councilman Johnson, who nominated me for that job. And it was always to be temporary, so I helped them to find permanent office space and get stabilized some and to get a new enthusiastic and capable executive director. By the way, Michael Harris would be here today, but he's quarantined with COVID. He's doing fine, but he can't be here today. He senses, if you know Michael, he would be here. But, pardon me? Yeah, well, he was misdiagnosed apparently. I don't know the whole story. Anyway, that's right. I would simply say that, I've been nominated to take over Emily Trenholm's place on the board. Emily has served 7 years with great distinction on the Blight Authority Memphis board. I accepted that temporary executive position because I'm a great believer in the potential and value of the Blight Authority of Memphis. So if so appropriate, I'm happy to serve on the board. And I'll answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockwood, definitely for your continuing to serve even after your retirement from the CDC. So we appreciate that. Let the record show that Councilman Smiley and Councilman Canale are here with us. Are there any colleagues that would like to offer any words? Any questions? All right, let's send this to a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lockwood.
Mr. Lockwood, good seeing you.
Yes, you too.
Item number 2 is the appointment to the Economic Development Growth Engine of Memphis and Shelby County, otherwise known as EDGE, of Mr. Roderick D. Holmes. All council districts requested by administration, moved by Smiley, second by Covett. Right, Mr. Holmes, if you could please join us, give your name and address for the record, and any words you'd like to share.
Good afternoon. My name is Rod Holmes. My address is 7860 Chapel Rail Drive, Memphis, Tennessee. I'd like to thank the council for your time today. I'm a partner at a law firm called Reifers Homes in Peters. My area of practice is labor and employment. I also do some contract negotiations. My practice spans from representing small entities, nonprofits, to Fortune 100 companies, and heavily in the transportation industry. I think the economic development is obviously key to any community's growth, specifically to Memphis. Throughout my practice, I've had an opportunity to see that firsthand, small businesses' growth as well as corporations. I think my employment experience and personally being a business owner gives me a key aspect and understanding of the needs of companies and the way that this board can help them. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have today, and again, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Definitely know that your leadership is going to be needed as you all are going to be looking for a new CEO in the coming weeks. Okay. Any commentary or questions from colleagues?
Mr. Holmes, thank you for your service. Thank you for your willingness to use your assets and skills to help the city of Memphis.
Councilman Carlisle.
I'll add to that, and I'll just reiterate at this point. I know we have a CEO search coming, but I'll say what I said this morning, which is we spend so much time talking about public safety and basic services and community investment, all very important. We will never make it if we don't make economic development a priority. And your expertise in guiding with your board members, guiding EDGE along with the chamber as they are in the recruiting mode and you guys are in the vetting mode is so critical to our future. So I really appreciate your service, and I hope that you as we do, understand the sincerity and severity of the issue. We've got to move the needle on economic development. We got to start putting money in people's pockets. Right. So I appreciate you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jones.
Mr. Holmes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've had a contentious sort of relationship with the EDGE board, and it's mainly our community's position where we are probably, I hadn't seen the latest, but at one time we are the second, out of the 50 largest cities in the U.S., we have the second highest poverty rate. And so along those lines, and colleagues, I've just been laying in wait, because one thing that I haven't heard, and it was supposed to be back in June, that the EDGE board was supposed to come back with talking about what would be a living wage. And so I would hope that, Mr. Holmes, that you bring your background, your analytical research skills, but also logic about this too, from the standpoint When we talk about, because what has happened is that this body, along with the county commission, we have delegated the right to set what, to hand out tax incentives. We've delegated that to the Edge Board. But, one of the things that, a contention that I made before, but this is something that I hope that you take on, is that what I brought before, after 6 months, I can bring it back from the standpoint. If a company is receiving tax breaks, or a company is not receiving tax breaks, we as an elected body have no say-so. But the minute that you do, when you say, okay, well, we want this type of tax break here, we should not be incentivizing, which is what we're doing when we hand out a tax break, incentivizing continued poverty in this community. So I want you to look at it, part of those discussions. When we set what that minimum is, it should be closer to what is a living wage for a person with one child versus being skewed to a living wage for a person who has no dependents. There's a totally difference between the two. So I hope you bring some of that deliberate discussion to that. And that's all that I have, Madam Chair.
I think that's critical. Thank you, Chair Jones. Let's bring this item to a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you for your time.
All right, item number 3, which I think we are joined by some great folks in here. Appointment Director of Solid Waste, Mr. Philip J. Davis. All council districts requested by administration. Can I get a motion and second? Move by Warren, second by
everybody.
Yeah, second by Covette. No, Mr. Davis, go ahead and give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share.
Okay. I'm sorry, hold.
I would love to introduce him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chandel Ryan. I'm Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here to recommend Philip Davis for this role. He's been with the city for 10 years. He's got extensive experience in the waste industry and brings a wealth of knowledge and institutional knowledge also to this position. I'm excited to see where he's going to take this division to, and he has my full faith and confidence that he will be a great asset. As director, he's currently deputy director, and as director, I think that he will take solid waste to the next level. I also want to acknowledge that as a part of this, if approved, we're also looking to elevate Mr. Darius Jones to deputy director. He also has extensive experience in the solid waste industry. He's been with us for over a year now and has been instrumental, both of them, in making great changes in solid waste. And I'm just happy to be able to present him as the nominee from the mayor to take on this role. And I will be quiet and let him speak now. Thank you.
Thank you, Shandell. Again, Philip Davis, Solid Waste Deputy Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. If you'll indulge me, I wrote some stuff down because I forget stuff.
We're indulging.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and council members. I would like to take this opportunity to reintroduce myself to you. Again, my name is Philip Davis. I've been with the City of Memphis for almost 11 years, the last 8 as Solid Waste Deputy Director. Prior to that, I worked for the state of Tennessee for over 13 years, the last 4 as the Deputy Director of the State Solid and Hazardous Waste Management Division. I grew up in Shelby County, graduating from Christian Brothers High School. I have a bachelor's degree in geology from Millsaps College in Jackson, Mississippi, and a master's degree in geology from the University of Memphis. I'm a licensed professional geologist in Tennessee and certified by the Solid Waste Association of North America as an integrated solid waste management system manager. I currently serve as the West Tennessee Public Director of the Solid Waste Association of North America's volunteer chapter, Vice Chairman of the Shelby County Municipal Solid Waste Region, and on the Board of Directors of the Tennessee Composting Council. Thanks to each of you for your consideration of my appointment. I would also like to thank Mayor Strickland and Chief Ryan for offering this opportunity. Thank you to the men and women of the Solid Waste Division, without whom this job cannot be done. Also, thank you to my wife, my daughter, and my mother, who are here today.
Hey,
as well as our entire family for their love and support. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We have a couple of council members in the queue, Councilman Canali and then Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I've known Mr. Davis long before my service here on the Memphis City Council, and I know Philip to be dedicated, honest, reliable, hardworking, knowledgeable, and probably the most responsive person in the administration. And that's even including nights and weekends when I reach out to him with an issue. And part of the reason I know him, and Councilman Carlisle is often envious of the education I got, and he reminds me of it frequently, and due in large part to Philip's mother, the beautiful lady in red in the back, Dr. Ellen Davis, who was my sophomore English teacher.
Same place?
He did.
So are you going to change his grade now? I mean, what are you talking about?
They were all A pluses, I think. And I'll just say this, I would recommend him 1,000%. He is more than capable of doing the job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle and Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, to Chief Ryan, I'm glad that you corrected yourself this time. Earlier you said from the COO's office. I was like, that's your office. That's your shop. First, let me just say this. You two, it was a pleasure to watch you both work together through incredibly trying times with a lot of turbulence within the department and then compounded by the fact that we were going through COVID-19 and everything that went along with that. We were kind of joking earlier, but the volume of solid waste across the country as related to that and correlated with COVID-19, going through creating the solid waste fee, creating a capital plan, executing the capital plan, dealing with a contractor. I mean, it was just one knock after another. And so to both of you, I just want to say thank you for navigating that. Shondell, I know you are thrilled to be out of this role. But even more so to know that you're handing it off to someone so capable and dedicated. I echo everything that Councilman Canali said about who Philip is, his character, his responsiveness. And Philip, to you, congratulations for ascending and working so hard to reach the pinnacle of public service in your field. And you should be congratulated and commended for all the hard work and the hours and thought that goes into it. And I appreciate the partnership we've had and all the work that is just in front of us because the race is just now beginning. So thank you. And to Phil's family, thank you so much for sharing with us. It's long hours, a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails. I know it's not easy to support somebody who works in public service. So thank you for your sacrifices and letting us borrow them. So I look forward to supporting your nomination and wish you the best as we move forward together.
To add on, those calls will increase.
Councilwoman Logan and Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank Mayor Strickland and Chief Ryan for this nomination of our beloved leader here. And so I really want to say that I appreciate the fact that not only do you have the knowledge and training and the skill and the credentials, but you also have shown through my interaction the heart and compassion of the people. You could, be in a boardroom one day, but then you're going to make sure you're at the community meeting on Wednesday whenever I've called, and you could have sent someone and, you made sure that you were there, you followed through, and while you were there, you made certain that the residents knew that you cared and that you were concerned and that you were doing the best you could and that you all were, deploying all the resources. So I really appreciate it because a lot of those times people were upset, and rightly so, but you owned it and you made it right. And so together you all worked to really bring the department to a place where we had confidence that you were doing what was necessary. I appreciate that. And I do feel that you'll be working with your team and listening and taking cues from your team and some of those that are on the ground, boots on the ground. And I appreciate that part as well. So thank you. And we're looking forward to continually working with you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I wholeheartedly support your nomination. I think you do a fantastic job. You have been very responsive in the time that I've been on the council, and I think you'll do well. My only charge to you, sir, is that you bring before this body what is needed, an appropriate ask, because I know that, one of the things I've said, that Memphians have a long memory, and we're very nostalgic about us being one of the cleanest and most beautiful cities in this country. And it's going to take resources to get us there. My only charge to you is put it in our lap and let us say no versus not bringing it to us and making that recommendation. But because I think that all citizens, we want a clean city. We may not, you're the professional. We just need to provide you the resources to get there, and I just hope that you bring it forth when it's necessary.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Covett.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. I echo the chairman's sentiments, Philip. You have been in the job for 10 years. I think you are perfectly positioned at exactly the right time with exactly the right experience to come before us, pitch your ideas. And there's going to be a cost associated with it, but I would rather you come to us with ideas than answers and/or explanations and, dare I say, excuses. So, as the old saying goes, you've caught the car, now what are you going to do with it? Your high school affiliation and showing up for graduation notwithstanding, I want to salute my fellow Millsaps major. Obviously, you are now bringing honor to the school that I also attended. But also in the interest of complete disclosure, my wife married your wife's brother, if I remember correctly. So in the interest of full disclosure to it's Memphis. We're all related by blood, marriage, and college roommate in this town, so we might as well just, but colleagues, in the interest of complete disclosure, I wanted to make sure everybody knew that, and I echo the sentiments of my colleagues that you are always there, Mr. Davis, every time, and even in the middle of parties, we bug you relentlessly. And you've always responded. You've always been there. But I think now is the time you find the fifth gear, find another gear, and come to us with some more solutions. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Councilman Smiley? No, Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you. Congratulations. I want everyone in this room to know that Mr. Davis, when I called on him, he always answered. He didn't give me excuses. He just made it happen. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. And you know I'm here to help you, whatever you need. Just don't call me before 9 in the morning.
Thank you. She means it, though. She definitely means it. Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Yes.
If I may just make one request, we are hoping to have same night minutes for this item. So I apologize that it's not on the. Yes.
I think we can do that. I think that's fine. Oh, right. Any other? Any other colleagues? All right. Let's bring this to a vote. All those in favor say aye for same 9 minutes. Aye. Right. Any opposed? No. All right. Congratulations, Mr. Davis. Thank you so much. No, we are not done. Colleagues, we have item number 4, discussion regarding city employee benefits. All council districts requested by Chairman Jones. Get a motion in a second.
Move it.
Motion by Smiley, second by Warren. Councilman Jones, yeah. I will kick it off to you.
Hush, y'all.
Colleagues, this is just a discussion.
I'm sorry, hold on, Chair Jones. What do we call these? Citizens constituents? Okay, I didn't want to say the wrong line. Okay, go ahead, Chair Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I requested that we have this item up for discussion purposes only and for information purposes. I've received a couple of I've received communications from concerned employees about the state of our healthcare going into the new year. We've received some communications. I know that there are certain things that are beyond our control, but for those things that are within our control, I would like Chief Davis, I'm sorry.
Chief Smith.
Chief Smith to provide us an overview. Now, one of the things as we have this discussion, I want to keep into context. We are not, the city of Memphis does not pay the traditional insurance. We're what's called self-insured, meaning that the role that Blue Cross play, whether and at one point it was Cigna, if it's anybody else, the role that they play is that they administer the claims. So when a claim comes in, we pay it. If in an idea, think about your car insurance. Whether you have a wreck or not, you still got to pay that premium. But if it was an ideal situation where we didn't have any claims, we would have no insurance bill for that month. But with thousands of employees, that's not the case. So one thing to keep, and I say that because before I became a financial advisor, I worked for Aetna Health Plans and Aetna's Employee Benefits Division. We did group life, group health, and group pension. So I still know a little bit about that historical perspective about things. But from a self-insured standpoint, whatever those claims are, we just have to pay them. We have to make sure that we are bringing in enough premium, and those premiums come from employees as well as the city's contribution. So a lot of times when we get to this point of the year, we've had, and it's called experience, what those claims have been. That, in a sense, dictates what's going to need to take place in the following year. So in some of the conversations that I've had with the numerous employees who've called me about this, I've had to clear this up and put this on the record, because when we hear health insurance, we think it's the same thing when we're paying our car insurance, and people just don't know that the role that the city plays in this unique situation of being self-insured, and think that we could, whether it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, Cigna, United Health, Aetna, we could be facing these same things, but the claims are the claims. And so without anything else, I just wanted to provide that perspective about things as we have this discussion. Chief Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. So, Alex Smith, 1440 Island Place, East Memphis, Tennessee. I'm the Chief HR Officer for the City of Memphis, and I'm here to give a quick update related to our healthcare plan and benefits. As Chairman Jones mentioned, we spend $98 million roughly a year on healthcare, and we anticipate that it will go up anywhere between 5 and 9% per year. And of course, COVID has had a detrimental impact on our healthcare claims experience. Of that $98 million, we anticipate as an employer we'll pay about $70 million of that. So this is a real stake for us as an organization. And we are self-funded. So every claim that we get, whether it's $1 million claim or $10,000 claim, we have to pay it, being self-funded. So the healthcare experience that we have is very real for us as an organization, and it's very real dollars. As an overall, we just went through open enrollment, so we want to just give you a quick update related to that. And we have it up on the screen. We also have the presentation in front of you as well. And so we had both active open enrollment, retiree open enrollment, and for the first time in City of Memphis history, part-time employee enrollment as well for dental and vision. And I want to give a huge shout out to our total awards team for an excellent job this year related to facilitating our open enrollment. So from an active enrollment standpoint, we had roughly 6,800 employees eligible, over 5,771 enrolled, about 84%, and we had 19 in-person events for that. For retiree open enrollment, we had about 6,000 eligible, 2,552 enrolled, about 42%, and 5 in-person events, and also we enrolled 92 retirees in person as well. And then for part-time enrollment, we had 167 eligible, 46 enrolled, roughly 28%. And we anticipate that this will increase year over year as we get the word out related to part-time enrollment. In terms of the questions related to Blue Cross Blue Shield and Methodist, once again, we do not directly contract with Methodist. Blue Cross Blue Shield is our third-party administrator, and so the contract negotiations are between Blue Cross Blue Shield and Methodist, and so we don't have more formal details related to that, but we know that they are in discussions related to the rates for the Methodist hospitals and outpatient facilities. This is not related to physicians. That's an important distinction because it's strictly related to the facilities. The question is whether or not they're able to come to an agreement by the end of this year. And we are certainly in a full mode of encouragement to get them to come to an agreement. We think that that would be very good for the 14,000 covered lives that we have, and we have especially a number of families that are dependent on Obama, so we would like to see that. However, we will have a plan in place if they do not come to an agreement. And one of the most important components for us is being able to relook at our plan design and how do we think through what the premiums and the overall plan design is for our employees if that were to happen. But we're monitoring the situation. We're not at that point yet. They are still in discussions, and our understanding is that Blue Cross and Methodist are meeting even tomorrow to have more discussions. So we are positively optimistic that they will be able to come to a decision and an agreement before the end of the year.
Thank you.
We have Councilman Warren and Councilman Carlisle in the queue, but Councilman Jones, did you want to follow up on anything since you? Okay. Councilman Warren.
Yes, I just wanted to, I'm chair of our Healthcare Oversight Committee, and I've been in contact with both the people at Baptist and also the people at Methodist. I thought that it was really bad for our employees that we offered a choice plan, and we had about 35 or 40% of our employees that chose to be able to go to Memphis Hospital. And now it looks like that potentially could be up in the air. So I wanted to get the parties together and tell them that we would be very disappointed if that was the case. In my mind, I think they need to be able to figure out how to make this work. And if they don't, I mean, I think someone just handed us, safety scores from different hospitals here. If we can't allow people to pick the hospitals they want for that reason, we need to ask administration what are our options as far as, rebidding contracts and looking for alternatives, because it's not like we just pay the bill. They give us rates. So there are rates that come, and that's what they're negotiating on now. And these two guys are negotiating, it's got to do more with the hospitals butting heads than it's got to do with us. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think that we should realize that, and they should know that we're expecting them to come up with a solution so our employees can have an option to go to both places if they want. So just for everybody to realize that's where we are right now, and we should know by Wednesday afternoon. And I have spoken to them and asked them to please try to make sure they work this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Well said, Dr. Warren. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I see the note that it's not about, it doesn't impact physicians, and they've got the ability to potentially practice in other hospitals. But the reality is it's really the outpatient facilities that has me concerned, right? I mean, that is a problem because a lot of those are tied to where they are officed out of, and the majority of outpatient surgeries occur there, And so I'm really dismayed at the fact that it's coming back into these rates and reimbursables and this like juggernaut. It's happening. The state of Tennessee, TASR is looking at it now. I mean, they're having similar issues, looking at how they rate themselves off the Medicare scale. Medicare scale. And seemingly to the point, even though it's really between them, our breadth and our ability as a client is pretty significant book of business. Jeff said most of everything I want to say, but it really is troubling and problematic to me. And interesting enough, the point that he made that I really liked is the fact that several people did just go through re-enrollment under the understanding and chose a premium and a plan that they thought they were getting, and that's not what they're potentially may not get. So I have a serious issue with that too, and that's not necessarily in our direct control, but it was, I feel like it's worth reiterating to that point as well. The hospital scores, they publish them every year, and they're not a joke either. And so anyway, we got to move on, but I hope that they were able to work this out. I'll be very disappointed if they're not.
Councilman Warren?
I'd like to know what our options are if they're not able to work this out as we move forward. So, if we, as a council, we're going to have to approve whatever is brought to us in a budgetary manner, we need to know if we can have options if they can't work it out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So just a comment on that part. We are working very closely with our consultants and actuaries to understand what our options will be. And so as we get closer to the end of the year, if the outcomes look bleak, we'll be sitting down and knowing what our closed options are. As I mentioned, reevaluating our current plan design, and the premiums would be a part of that. But we also would have an important continuity of care plan that would be important for anybody who already has hospitalization scheduled, et cetera, to make sure that everyone's able to get the care that they have planned. So we will work through that too.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Councilman Jones, any last pieces? Okay. So where can we look for any updates on this or information? Is that going to be emailed to us or brought back or?
Yes, so we will be constantly, of course, emailing as we get more updates, and then if maybe we will come back to council once we have more clarity about what's going on.
Okay.
Feel free to send me an email.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, you don't have to wait on council, but thank you, Chief Smith, for that. Thank you, Councilman Jones, for bringing this up. Did you have your hand up, Camille? No? Okay. Is there any other business for this committee?
They bank on that insurance. That's what fuels their business.
We ain't gonna get into that. All right, if there's no other business, this committee is adjourned.
They're still negotiating their freaking contract, at least, so let's hold it again.
Yeah.
That's all.
Get the hang out with send it around from the COO's office. Have you ever said it that way?
Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. It is hereby called to order. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Carlisle. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Smiley. Here. Chair Jones.
Here. Colleagues, we have the first item in our executive session is going to be a resolution establishing a parks restoration fund and reallocating and reappropriating $500,000 from fiscal year 23 CIP budget. This affects districts 6, Super District 8, sponsored by yours truly and Councilman Carlisle. This is held from our November 1st meeting. And so I'll hand this over to you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, the first turn of the lease was handed over on the 15th. They have, from the partnership to Memphis and May, they have not turned over comments. So if it's okay, I'd like to hold this for the 20th in hopes that they will.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Do you want to put it on for the 20th?
Oh, I was about to say, you want to do it for January?
Your call.
January.
January it is.
Okay, first meeting in January.
Yes, as a matter of fact, very good call.
Okay, so item number 1 will be held into our January meeting. Item number 2 is a resolution honoring Tawan Stout Mitchell for years of service to the city of Memphis, sponsored by council members Canali, Covette, Easter Thomas, Ford, Jones, Johnson, Logan, Robinson, Smiley, Swearingen, Washington, and Warren. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Councilwoman Tawan serves on this body. I think before everybody except for Councilman Ford, and she's also turning 7 years old. So I think I see fit to honor her years of work to the city of Memphis and the fact that she's been diligently working in the community even after she's left her role as councilwoman. So thank you all who saw fit to co-sponsor this item, and I look forward to presenting it to the Honorable Tawan Stout Mitchell later today. And hopefully you all will share some remarks.
Okay, so that item will be added to our agenda this evening. If there's no objection to it. Colleagues, we have no holds this afternoon, but we do have some add-on items. So the first one is a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocation. That's all council district. This particular item is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and there's a request to add this to our fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Can I get a motion on that?
Move it.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. The next item number 30, is going to be a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Canali request to add this to our fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Number 31 is a resolution to amend council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Logan requests to add this to our fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Is there a motion on this item?
Move it.
Second, moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, number 32 is going to be a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, all council district. This is going to be sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. There's a request to add this to our fiscal consent agenda with a request for same night minutes. May I have a motion on this item?
Second.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Next is going to be item number 33 to be added, which is a resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate remaining CIP funds from various CIP projects, all council districts. This was sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. May I have a motion on this item? Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Number 34 is the appointment of the Solid Waste Director, Mr. Philip Davis. All council districts, this is requested by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. May I have a motion on this item? Okay. And item number 35 is the resolution honoring Tawan Stop Mitch for years of service to the Memphis City Council. This was just approved a second ago, and there's a request for same night minutes on this item. Although, may I have a motion to add to agenda? Has been moved, seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. And I don't think
Any
I
opposed?
voted on this, the appointment of Peter. We didn't vote to send it in. We just had a motion saying we didn't say aye.
Oh, for number 34? Okay, so, I stand corrected. So, motion for number 34, the appointment of Mr. Philip Davis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that item passes. Item number 36 is going to be, and you should have this before you. This is a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, and this is going to be sponsored by Councilman Ford. Because we did not hear this in budget, will you please just state for the record which organizations and the amounts? Councilman Ford, microphone, please.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had the NAACP, but I was adding Appleseed, giving them both of them 5, which equals 10,000.
Okay, so colleagues, that's we're going to add that to our fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes as item number 36. All those in, may I have a motion on that item?
Move it. Second.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. So our same night minutes items will be items number 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. We have no holds, and our add-on items are 29 through 30. Is that Carlisle? Yeah. Okay, Carlisle was already read. Yep, Carlisle is already. Carlisle's item is number 32. Yep. So our add-on items are items 29 through 36, through 34, and our same night minute items will be those mentioned with the addition of items number 36. Seeing no further business before this committee, we are adjourned. See you downstairs in 10 minutes.